Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight, and the glider will maintain its altitude, while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour, and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
everyone, after the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Hello everyone, now I'm here with Snipe from GEEK Fams.
Hello guys.
สวัสดีค่ะ Are you ready for your channel final chance to make it to the top 8? What is your strategy to secure your spot?
Okay, so apa strategi yang korang akan pakai untuk buatkan korang layak ke last top 8?
Sebenarnya GEEK pun dah biasa dengan stage last chance. Kita orang dah terbiasa dengan dia punya pressure, and strategi kita orang hari ni adalah untuk ni lah, untuk tukar line up yang dia sebelum ni tak main. So hari ni line up baru lah. So kita orang akan cari angin yang sebetulnya lah.
So basically for us, GEEK Fam already get used to last chance qualifier, and yeah, for today's strategy I think we already changed our lineup and we gonna see how it goes for us.
New lineup. Okay, so you are ready and prepare yourself a lot, right? Okay, could you share with us why your team hasn't performed well in the last 2 days?
Boleh ceritakan tak kenapa korang tak perform di 2 hari terakhir sebelum ni?
Mungkin bagi saya player-player GEEK Fam dah terlalu banyak fikir lah, sebab kita orang kekurangan tak have fun dalam game. Kita orang banyak sangat fikir and buatkan kita orang overthink, and benda tu punish kita orang sendiri lah.
So basically for the last 2 days we are overthink too much and we are not having fun. I think that's the biggest fundamental in this game. We are not having fun and that's why we are not performing really well.
Okay, got that one. So, with Mika come back on your team in this season, what is the biggest change?
Okay, dengan kembalinya Mika untuk season ni, apakah perubahan yang drastik ada pada GEEK Fam?
Dengan adanya Mika, semestinya kita punya keyakinan dalam tim tu makin tinggi lah, and terbukti kita orang boleh membunuh, tak macam sebelum ni lah. Kalau ada Mika, kita orang boleh membunuh banyak-banyak tim lah.
So if we compare last season without Mika and this season with Mika, of course in terms of firepower we are definitely much better than last season. Compared to last season, we are very confident when Mika is here with us, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, so powerful team now, right? Okay, could you share with us what your lineup today, because you changed the lineup already?
Boleh ceritakan siapa line up hari ni sebab korang ada tukar line up kan?
Yes, pada hari ni Damrud, Audrey, Mika dan Aizen akan bermain. Saya akan duduk tepi. Jadi kita pun dah prepare strat yang patutnya diorang guna. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so for today line up basically is Damrud, Mika, Audrey and Aizen. As for me myself, I'm not going to play for today because we already prepare a lot of strategy for this lineup and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, for powerful team because have Mika in team. Okay, for before the game, keep some supportive words to your teammates and other Malaysian teams.
Okay, so memandangkan awak tak main, apa sedikit kata-kata semangat untuk tim awak dan juga tim-tim Malaysia yang lain sebab Malaysia ada ramai yang main hari ni kan?
Untuk tim-tim yang lain, yang tim-tim Malaysia, kawan-kawan saya semua, semangatlah. Kita dekat sini baru 3 hari bermain. Banyak lagi masa untuk kita. So, kita pun dah prepare untuk PMSL ni. Jangan ketinggalan lah guys. Semangat.
To all Malaysian team, keep fighting. We already prepared for this. We only play for 3 days. We need to show that we are capable enough to qualify to the grand final as well. So, keep fighting.
Okay, and look at your team and cheer up a little bit.
So tengok kat team, bagi semangat kat team.
Okay, untuk GFM semangat. Aku tengok dari belakang. Jangan lupa bantai guys.
To my teammates, Geek Fam, keep fighting. Don't forget to kill all the players inside the lobby.
Okay, keep fighting.
Fighting.
Okay, fighting. Thank you, Snipe, for the interview. And now it's time for our first game. Are you ready? If you're ready, go to the caster desk.
We are back for another day, which is going to be the last chance stage here on Saturday with me, Chuchu and Serkla. What an interesting interview coming out from our host Bo and also Junks as translator. We have Snipes for Geek Fam. Speaking of which, I agree they might actually overthink it, Cloud.
Well, what the Snipes did not overthink is to do that wink. That's the best part, and that's my takeaway from the whole interview session. So great work. I mean, Snipes has always been this player that has a very open personality. He's very good at talking, and he seems to be improving in the PR department.
I agree. They definitely have more information and insight that can be shared with us. And regarding their lineup, he mentioned he's not playing here today. And also, I'm kind of curious about Sonic as well, where he'll be deployed for the entire day if needed to.
Well, so far from what he said, probably not, but who knows, that might change, right? Because they only have 5 games to play before we decide who is the top 8 that will join the first batch of top 8 in tomorrow's Super Sunday. Today is going to be a grind day for all these teams, especially Vampire Esports.
Oh man, the bitterness of yesterday's story. Yesterday last minute push from the Xaviers. Just to recap you guys, the last game as well. They just take over Vampire in the very last minute, 86, 6 points of difference.
Yeah, that was one of the best last games I've ever casted in the longest time. But anyway, here are our participating teams for the last chance qualifiers, including Vampire Esports, XERXIA, the Infinity, PEA, YOODO Alliance, NKT, MORPH, 79, PIGMY, Team Secret, FaZe Clan, Roy, GEEK Fam, TODAK, Crit VIP, and YOODO O2. So, out of all these teams, all the Malaysian teams are here, and all the Thai teams are here as well.
Yep, the only 2 teams that's remaining joining in for the rest of their comrade later on, which are going to be coming out from Vietnam, Team Secret and Roy. Half of the Vietnam team already up there, the top 8. Another 2, which are going to join in the rest of 6 teams of Indonesian team already up there. It's going to be PIGMY as well as Team MORPH. Now, speaking of these between the teams that we're comparing here right now, this is going to be an interesting comparison. XERXIA and MORPH, and surprisingly, I found them very similar when it comes to their performance this season.
Well, when it comes to stats, not too far as well. Average elimination points favored to XERXIA, 4.1 versus 3.9, so that's not too far. Average based on points, they do favor XERXIA as well, 1.7 versus 1. And average robots used, which is, it's an okay stat, 15 versus 14. But top 2 stats, they do still favor XERXIA, and that's why they are above MORPH.
I mean, for today's top frag, I definitely want to give it up to Vampires. Well, they were in the Super Sunday until the last minute being pushed out, and they got the most scores out there as well. when it comes to eliminations, the placement points. So they will have themselves the stats of the top fragger. Even the gap between them and the rest of the team from first to second place of the day is going to be around 11 points of difference. XERXIA plays themselves second, MORPH at plays at 3.9. Well, Sem9 they're squeezing in here from the Malaysian teams, 3.2 average of eliminations.
If we compare the gap between Vampire Esports, XERXIA and MORPH, Sem9 has a pretty big gap as compared to the others. But then again, of course, this is just an average eliminations. It will be all about the 5 games that they will hustle today in terms of eliminations, in terms of placements for them to secure that slot in the top 8. But let's check out the best moments from yesterday featuring MORPH and XERXIA.
Look at the taunt. Look at the taunt. Oh, I love the taunts coming out from the players. But Zero has been performing quite brilliantly this season. And we can see the rise of Flippy as well. He's coming in always the flank side and off angle, trying to make an opening for the team. But it's just not enough yet for MORPH.
Yes, but well, MORPH, they could use a lot more in terms of points, whether it's eliminations, whether it's placement. They need to find that balance between them. As you can see here on screen, a Mega Mind. Now, this is a team that has a lot of potential in them. In fact, they're doing better than one of the OG teams of Thailand, FaZe Clan.
I agree, and FaZe Clan, I mean, today will be probably the day that they will surprise us, but back to the side of XERXIA, they use a lot of vehicles recently when it comes to trying to break the silence and the tension between all the teams. But as per usual, even though it's last chance stage here, we're going to follow up the same map rotation based on a league grouping stage, which is going to be Sunhawk, Triple Wrangle, and wrapping the day with Double Mirama.
And the timing is based out of +7 GMT. So wherever you're watching this across the world, don't forget to tune yourself based on the time zone that you are currently watching to get the exact timing of when these matches will happen. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the only 5 games that will be played today. And from there, we will determine who are our top 8 that will move on to tomorrow's Super Sunday.
Yep, usually the 6 maps that we're going to have starting off Sunhawk is going to be super fast. And usually we don't have that much time and we don't really get to focus on teams, because I have a feeling today Sunhawk will be brutally aggressive, because it's going to be a very small map. Plus, the teams really know what they need to do to get into the Super Sunday, which is going to be the first week Super Sunday ever for this spring split. For the summer split this season. And speaking of which, I have a feeling Vampires, they might want to vent out yesterday frustration in Sunhawk as well.
Well, if there's any good news for Vampires is that they have a lot of points, 80 points, and for teams to push them down out of the top 8, it will be quite tough. I mean, they have like a 30+ point gap between at least the borderline 8, and we also must remember that Vampire will still continue to collect points, and if they're able to collect these amount of points through the group stage, they should be able to collect more points in today.
I agree. I mean, it's not really breaking any sweat for them if they want to, but if they want to fan out the frustration, they can at the state. But speaking of which, when it comes to our prediction later on, I have a feeling that we do have probably different ones. But speaking of the other regions at the very bottom, now the team at the most bottom, which is going to be YOODO, there's quite a gap. We're talking about almost 40 point-ish, maybe more, 60 point between the first place and the last place here right now, the gap.
Well, here are our talent predictions, and I chose to do differently than Choo entirely. So you have TODAK, Quick VIP, and YOODO, the bottom 3 teams. So what's on your mind with your pick?
I personally just wanted to have a bit more morale boost, that's it, because right now if they don't understand how critical the situation is, and I mean Crit VIP name is crit, they should be critting with damage, not in critical zone right now. Whilst I do see their potential, but it's just unfortunately when it comes to positioning, they're not doing well. Hopefully it's enough for them for 3 days of the group stage of warming up. YOODO, well, YOODO, come on, you can do this. This is basically just, come on, cheering for them.
This is more like teams for Choo to focus rather than you guys out there to focus, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as for my pick, I went for a little bit more objectivity, but I took one from a different region. So YOODO Alliance, well, I picked PA yesterday, so I just choose to pick another team. And YOODO Alliance is the next team that I would say may be able to pull it off, because they have always been consistent even when it comes to the PMGC global stage. So at this stage of the tournament, they should be able to do it. Now, the Infinity, if you remember yesterday's interview as well, they were close to getting a top 8, but they did not do enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, the only problem for Infinity right now, I have a feeling they're just having a hard time to be consistent. They do have what it takes. They do have the potential to be up there with the rest of the team in the top 8. But it's just they need to find a formula that can equally distribute throughout all the maps and just equal it up for the points that they will gain each map as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Infinity, they still have the 2 original players though. So Logan and Gotuni is still with them. But we don't see the Infinity of back then, whereby at the same group stage, if it was given to the previous Infinity lineup, they would go all out insanely on the other teams. But looks like we're heading on to Sun, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
It's gonna be the first map of our last chance stage here on Saturday, and it's gonna be a good day even though it's raining and stormy quite outside there. Hopefully my electricity will stay alive as long as it needs to. But speaking of staying alive, the players, can they stay alive quite early on? Because we've seen a lot of aggressive play in the early start, usually in this very small map.
Yes, and since it is a mixed up in terms of like a groups and, well, basically the teams that play, they really need to look at where would be the clash points. So teams will need to prepare themselves if they still want to clash with those teams, especially when they analyze it between yesterday and today. And looking at the drops, looks like Kampong, we will see Roy as well as Kurt VIP dropping into it. That is the only clash point that I can see for now.
On top of Painan, YOODO and Team Secret is quite near, but not too near, so I assume that's not going to be any clashes. Yes, I agree, that's going to be the only 2 teams that have to be early clash right now, unless, well, NKT will be interested into Paradise Resort towards PIGMY, but that's probably the next stage here. But on between VIP and Roy, bit tension between those 2, and the Circle Pop, we will get Painan again. It's been a while we're getting those Painan Circle.
Yeah, there's a chance here they might go to Painan. It's still split between the main peninsula and also the Ruins Island. But before we talk about, or before we might see a Painan Circle, gotta look at Kampong, Crit VIP. They are accustomed to early fights by now, just that their opponents are different this time. So Roy, one of the teams who obviously want to collect more points to be in the top 8. Right now, they're on the outside of it. Same goes for Crit VIP.
Newbie and the rest of Crit VIP try to just loot themselves back up, and it's quite scarce here for 2 teams to just occupy Kampong and try to share the loot here. It's not the best case scenario, but for Germany, well, we've seen the best of Roy's as well, but Roy's, the only problem, they are pretty much like Infinity in that sense. They do have the firepower, they do have the tactical, but it's just sometimes they overextend their fight. They caught themselves in a trap where a lot of teams happen to be passing by, and those long fights didn't fare well for them.
Yes, and looks like they will face a close quarters combat instead of a long fight this time. But it's still 50-50 between the 2 teams. Now the inner circle is held by Crit VIP, so with that they have a slight advantage, but still, it is still stage 1. Nevertheless, we can see more activity for Crit VIP. They will try to close in onto Roy with Valak, the closest member towards Crit VIP.
Well, on the side of newbies, that was nice angled, and just what a curve coming up from newbies to toss over to Valak to just clear the corners on the second floor. But the thing is, it didn't clip any of it, did not connect for the dots, and the grenade did not take any HP down from Valak. He will actually jump down to the balcony area and just probably will exit out if all 4 of them actually inside of this compound. Valak tried to defend for himself, while the rest of the teams, how do they respond to this for Roy?
Well, the other members of Roy still staying behind, still waiting for Crit VIP to make the first real big move. Okay, now Valak sees newbies in front. Forced to move because of the molly. He took a little bit of damage, but he turns around, playing ring around Rosie with newbies. And now information gathered with that. I Am Pro will be knocked down by Noah.
Not doing great for Create VIP. One knock, leaving them to 3. Roy on the other hand still have a 4 full squad going in. And they try to dish out one by one. A bit of a trade done by Bill. That's a nice trade here, making it an equal odds for between these two teams. 3v3 with Bill trying to find anybody else on the second floor. Found it out. Oh no, Bill spot another sharp eyes.
Nice move out to the second floor to land that shot. Now goes into the other house. Bill spraying on the ground floor. Nobody is there. Somewhere else, Z knocked down, and Bill eliminates Balak. Bill takes a little bit of damage, but he does have the first aid to heal himself up.
He does so much work by himself for Bill. FaZe Clan versus the side of XERXIA, and now next they're still trying to go for more, but on the side of Raw they're not done yet. Bill, he did so much opening for Create VIP. He knocks down on 3, finish of 1 elimination, and now that's leaving down to only Tusk. Now Tusk, he doesn't have enough, but can he survive as YOODO Align approaching on the high grounds?
Here we go. Looks like Quick VIP, they're winning the fight. They managed to heal up or pick up an Iron Pro. So they will now go all in onto Tusk, the last remaining member of Roy. Nate tossed across, but that also revealed his position. Everyone from Quick VIP onto him. Tusk with the UMP shows himself and eliminated by Quick VIP. But wait a second, who's shooting Putra?
Well, that's going to be YOODO Alliance, who is just arriving the very second that they almost done with a fight. But next, still going on of the tension between FaZe Clan. We thought they were fighting XERXIA before. It's going to be Team Secret. Mormon already prepared himself with their DBS. Never mind, it's YOODO 02. YOODO 02. They being charged in by FaZe Clan, or were they charging instead? But FaZe Clan, a bit of a trading dumb. At least YOODO 02 kid did not go empty-handed. They scored themselves 1 elimination.
By taking up in Torres, so back onto Campo, where YOODO Alliance last resort of on to Quick VIP at the moment. Leon's arrived, he takes out Iron Pro, and now Newbies on the other side, and you blink and you miss a moment, ladies and gentlemen. YOODO Alliance takes out Quick VIP.
Well, Quick VIP, they thought they're done, they thought they're winning, they thought it was a sure victory. They did against the side of Roy, but at the moment they just finished off. They didn't have any reset, no time to recuperate themselves. YOODO Alliance just happened to be passing by and just cleaning off as a cleaning crew towards this compound on Kampong. Now it's quite vacant. It's cool to see YOODO Alliance manage to survive this despite Quick VIP did all the work before, and they have so much abundance of death boxes laying around for them to upgrade their loot.
Yeah, so now everything's cool and chill. We got the first few fights done and dusted with, and this is where teams will focus on the rotation. Next fight could happen when teams create the rotation. Maybe you want to take over compounds, though it's still stage number 1, but because of how the circle is, it's split between 2 areas. Think of it as a 50-50 in terms of land that the players are able to play with, and that could also mean that we might see another early fight happening.
Speaking of early fight, majority of the teams that has been fighting quite early on has been the Malaysian teams plus Roy. So Create VIP, YOODO 02, despite they got himself last place here right now. Tough start. Now down to only 5 more maps to go for these 2 teams. Hopefully they can catch up in the very last minute. But on the side of PIGMY, one of the very few Indonesian teams that didn't make it to the Super Sunday. Right now they are quite in the OK zone. Nobody else trying to challenge them, but we do have the circle right on top of Painan. So this is going to be them, PIGMY, leaving out bootcamp and just go straight, probably slowly, to Painan after this.
Still a possibly Painan circle ending. That will be super duper interesting. Painan is definitely a hard place to play with the split between the 2 sides inside of it. Team Secret currently holds Painan, but one of the key areas around Painan area is the high ground, where currently PIGMY is at. From that area, they can also block off rotations from Sem 9. They choose to go to the area of bootcamp, so that's a good place for them if they want to try to farm eliminations out of Sem 9.
PIGMY, the moment they want to march into a side of Painan, or maybe just around the L house, or just at the junction of the southern side of Paradise Resort. That's where they're being bombarded and being charged by FaZe Clan. This is what happened, really, just a recap of Create VIP versus Roy. Bill did so much work just now. You have to give credit to Bill for this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, his movement up to the second floor to spot the members of Roy, and okay, calm down people, calm down. And that was obviously the scene before YOODO Alliance arrived.
And that's literally why they didn't realize YOODO Alliance arrived. Just like how TODAK didn't smell the presence of YOODO Alliance as well. Very sneaky indeed. charging once more, but one knockdown. That's going to be Flax down to 3 players. Can they secure the entirety of TODAK as Real bleeding out?
Oh man, YOODO Alliance, they're on a rampage mode right now. From Crit VIP to now TODAK. Taking out 2 members of TODAK with Lynx on the lower ground. And we've got Tam on the other side playing as a support player. But the most that he can do is just to try to tap onto YOODO Alliance. To get the eliminations out of them is going to be really hard.
The Alliance spotted out Tom. That's going to be the off-angle player trying to be the support from the backline. Lynx hoping Real can make it on time towards his side, but well, they won't let it. YOODO Alliance not giving any mercy.
Well, Jimmy definitely shows no mercy to Iftar, and with that, they're dominating with 5 eliminations. Now Tam and Lynx are the 2 remaining members of TODAK, and Lynx will go in for the pickup onto Real, and thanks to Tam as well, providing cover fire from the other side, Real will be saved.
But at the same time, anything happens to the rest of TODAK, it's going to be tough for Tam to give extra support or need to go for the rush in to save his teammates. And he's being a bit aware, noting the fact that his back is quite bad. Real knockdown, and here comes the rush like I mentioned before. There's nothing Tom can do at this point.
Yeah, the most he can do is this. 5 even though he get one knockdown onto the member of YOODO Alliance, but he's not able to end his life. So now Tam may want to reconsider his options. Look at this, Leon's going for a backstab on the Tam.
No mercy indeed. They're not even gonna let anybody pass by for the side of TODAK. YOODO Alliance really chased the heck out of TODAK players right now. That's gonna be the last player. Tom, he can leave if he wants to. He just get into the cave, knowing the fact these guys are so persistent, consistently chasing him. So it's best for him to hide out for a bit and just play low. But the thing is, they're not letting him go.
Yeah, they definitely want to secure as many points as possible because YOODO Alliance is on a mission of their own, of course. And circle time. We still have somewhat of Thailand in there, but it's slightly moved away. And in the middle of the circle, we do have FaZe Clan and XERXIA, the 2 Thai teams.
FaZe Clan got themselves at the junction between Painan, Quarry and Bootcamp, just in the middle of the triangle between these 3. The BPQ triangle, I call it. But FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they will got this heavily. Just now, PIGMY tried to get into Painan, just now being stopped by FaZe Clan Gatekeep as well. Now, PIGMY can gatekeep 7-9 and P8 at the same time.
Well, speak about gatekeeping, this is a nightmare for PEA. Even if they were to cut across, 7-9 will be waiting for them, and they took the high ground just south side of Bootcamp. That's one of the key areas to try to block teams from coming across from the Ruins Island.
So many choke points coming out from towards the left side of the map just to get into the center of the circle right now. Team Secret, like enough, they're still on top of Pine and they don't even need to leave. All they need to do is just wait for the right time to leave for stage probably number 5. PEA are trying to figure out which way to navigate himself safely into the zone. Now this is going to be a tough one with Vampires just next to them as well.
Yeah, and they're still on the outside of the circle though. So PEA will be put in a pressured situation. Need to manage either side first. Even though if they want to manage a Vampire, they want to go in for them. 7-9 could probably shoot them from afar. So he is kind of stuck here.
If they want to migrate themselves into the center here, unless they're willing to take in the blue zone for a bit, now that's going to be the only option, because if they go cutting across straight towards the center of the circle, there's PIGMY as well. And 7-9 on top of those hills can actually see them through if they try to engage with Vampires. That was a wise choice to retreat and find another route of alternative route to get into the safe zone.
And speaking about getting into the safe zone, MORPH managed to get into Painan. And looks like they will be sharing this area. Vampire Esports should come from the north side into Painan. This should be their next best stop. But no, they're going to cut across the bridge. Okay, taking a little bit of a risk there, cutting across 7-9. But 7-9 know a clear shot based on their position onto Vampire Esports. And then now, AOK the circle.
Vampires. So they're going to be peacefully taking the compound. GEEK Fam, on the other hand, resort to walking on their 2 feet, making sure they try to sneakily get into the backside of NKT. But Team Secret spotted out MORPH 7-9. PIGMY and 7-9 has been sharing nearby for quite some time now. Finally broken the silence. I think PIGMY only left with 2 players down there.
Yeah, PIGMY.
Oh, they still have a full squad. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, full squad still. They got 1 elimination, but can't say the same for 7-9 as they lost Kenny. to PIGMY in fact. And PIGMY was on the lower ground. Okay, so it looks like a Kenny overexposed himself to PIGMY. But look at the minimap as well, because the circle will shift next. He should move away from Thailand and it goes up north, where FaZe Clan still has the circle.
Branky spotted out Dap, but the circle is quite far for YOODO Alliance, last surviving player down there. Still deep in the blue zone. I think he's trying to go for first aid, but PIGMY, Jabranki, quite panicky. We can see he's trying to cover all the angles by himself. Not much support. Now, they don't have any information regarding where Sam9 is due to the curvature of the geography as well. And Vampires put out PIGMY. They might actually try to go in for the push.
PIGMY looks like one of the players took down by a member of Sam9, that is Brian. So Sam9 is fighting back. Circle-wise, they had the circle the last time we saw them. Now, there's a highlight player for MORPH, a 0 with an average elimination of 1.5 and 268 average damage. And 0 has been one of the highlight players like what you mentioned yesterday, and it's featuring him here today.
Yep, but there's so many fights going on with GEEK fam taking on some players down as well. MORPH, they're trying to finish off Team Secret to cut across the other side. They will have to force this fight anyhow, as Team Secret will not easily let them pass by to advance towards the circle. Now MORPH, they're going in as 3-1 with Flippy giving support fire at the back line. Team Secret Break might be the one greeting more players face to face.
Oh, nice play there by Break! But immediately got knocked down by the follow-up for the other members of MORPH. And Break was broken down. At the same time, the zone is trying to take out members. GEEK fam, Aizen will fall to them. And Jimmy OP takes out Aizen. That will be another point for YOODO Alliance. 8 eliminations already.
Thailand is not even in the circle. These teams are fighting so much. The moment they are done, the teams right on top of them will take the advantage of their situation and the turmoil right now. MORPH Hulk trying to find anybody coming up from bridge. I don't think he can see anybody from now. 0 on the other end trying to divert their attention. While GEEK fam being eliminated, we didn't even see the fight just now. Maybe you can see a replay, but Team Secret, they got themselves at the rim of the circle. They are safe for now, but quite in an open space here.
Yeah, at least they went up to the high ground, so that will be an advantage against a MORPH. But they have YOODO Alliance coming from behind. YOODO Alliance is just going around looking for targets. But one going around, they lost 2, make that 3 players as of Team Secret.
GK will try to save, but never mind. So was and GK in the same spot. It's the other round that XERXIA or somebody else actually shooting them from afar, more possibly. And they will respond to 0 back. Trung is very upset with what just happened, with 2 teams being sandwiched in between. That's gonna be tough on their side, but MORPH, they're not safe either. Vampires just breathing down their necks.
So long range by Flippy, they need to fight their way into the circle. Flippy sees his teammate, but there's nothing much he can do. He's out in the open. Going for one here. Eliminated, but they should have XERXIA on the other side of the high ground.
Try to scope down back to RNJ. Might spot out NKT. FaZe Clan just beneath them as well. Oh, that's not going to be the best case scenario. You have 2 players in one vehicle, and there's 2 vehicles moving about. MORPH on the then has to hike up, but Sam9, that might be the last player or not. Maybe that's the last one. I don't know. There's one more player. That's going to be Brian left. Well, XERXIA on domination right now.
Oh, look at this. Turning K from the Infinity, creeping up to that high ground. But speaking about high ground, MORPH, they need to hike up, but they've been shot at from behind. And guess who's that? And it's Vampire for Newsy.
Newsy. What the hell? That's a free fire! That's a free aim for the side of Newsy. Now all he needs to do is wait, because they don't really need to leave. But the other team, Vampire, still not really. Still his own teammate. And they just finished off and cleared it off in an instant. Now the time for 0 to leave. This is going to be rough for MORPH. They are cornered anyhow.
Yeah, I mean, MORPH, if they go up further, there are other teams waiting for them. If they try to cut across, they also risk being shut down by Vampire Esports. You can see that Newsy is pinning 0 down. And when the zone closes, it's likely to move away from 0. So 0 hopefully has plan B now.
0 down to only 30% HP. Shredded almost entirely. His fast 1 first aid. That's it. He needs to survive. His friend bleeding out. Here comes a nade flying over. Just missed. 0 very lucky indeed. Vampires don't definitely have his focus to the side of Zero, but back to the side of Newsy. He spotted out the rest of XERXIA.
Circle, Shrank, and Vampire Esports still somewhat within it. But they need to worry about the next step, which is towards the high ground area. And in the high ground area, we still have XERXIA. That Zero still not let go by Vampire Esports.
Bill bought the last player for PIGMY, or maybe two of them. Zero still holding on. Vampires dominating and capitalizing the circle right now. Quite a vacant space here, except for Vampires getting the safe zone. XERXIA trying to push themselves in, but Zero sandwich between XERXIA's player and Vampire. I don't see a way out for Zero.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Zero took a hefty amount of damage there. Now only 10% of health left. And Newsy is going to go away, but before that, it is Mega Mind from XERXIA to pick up the point.
And this Daisy will explode anytime soon. Mega Mind tried to heal himself back up. Here comes Lobby and the rest of XERXIA. They're going for 2-2 split, but there's only 2 of them going in. The support fire coming up from the back. The cover fire, where is the cover fire from Mega Mind and RNJ? Is quite too far due to the curvature of the geography. They can't actually give extra help, but they're going in and have very small shack for Z and Lobby.
They managed to somehow find that shack, but if Vampire Esports is able to land a nade inside of that, then it will be big. But speaking of big, Billboard, who came in from behind, immediately got knocked down. Now, for PIGMY, they only have 1 active player.
The rise of ties is here. Out of 5 teams remaining, we have 4 Thai teams and KT, Infinity, XERXIA, and Vampires. With XERXIA and Infinity having a full roster still well and live. PIGMY down to only one last Jabranki to do all the work. But the problem is he's quite deep in the blue zone, but it's done. And KT out first, while PIGMY plays at 4th.
And KT is defeated with 2 elimination points. 4 teams left, ladies and gentlemen. And Infinity, they're still on the outside of the circle. The zone will close in about 3 more seconds. They're aware about the presence of XERXIA. Jabranki uses his first aid, and now he'll face the wrath of the blue.
Don't know how much first aid he has left. Hopefully it's going to be enough to wait for another team to go down. XERXIA being spotted out by Vampires. RNG down on the ground. Straps taking advantage of the clear view, but he got shot down instead, over-peaking. And Mega Mind will shut him down. Here comes the rush of Mega Mind. Finish off Straps. That was a clean spray.
Oh, nice one by Mega Mind. Trying to block a Vampire Esports coming out of this compound, and they're doing so well right now. As for Logan, last thing about is probably healing up at this moment, but turning cable movement, and he will take down RNG.
Now down to 3v2 for Vampires versus XERXIA. Infinity, they're not taking any action yet. Now here comes Tony giving a bit of a nade galore towards side of XERXIA. Here comes another pressure coming in from Tony and Logan as well. There's going to be a lot of exchange of nade between these two teams, and Tony K, they won't be bombarded by Mega Mind, but the plays are making it so difficult for XERXIA.
It is an all-time finale, ladies and gentlemen, and Infinity from the outside the zone. Now they have the advantage. 4 players still alive. Vampire was eliminated. Now everyone onto RC, the last remaining member of Sunshine. RC will be taken up by Tony. And the Infinity scores the first chicken dinner in the last chance for fire.
And you got yourself a jackpot for the day. Cloud Infinity scored the first Sunhawk map for their chicken dinner. Definitely celebrating, knowing the fact they have a very good start to set the tone for the entire day. And not just that, today is going to be the rise of the Thai team.
And it is all about getting into the top 8 with the points collected by the Infinity and this chicken dinner. They should be A-OK in the top 8 as of now. Doing well so far. The Infinity. Now we just need to tabulate the exact scores that they get, how many eliminations did the Infinity collect in that round, as we will check out some of the stats here from all our players.
Tony K, it's not Tony K, close enough. Tony K is probably the brother from a different mom and dad. But it's going to be 7 throws being used, 3 eliminations across the board for average of 2s for the others. So they do score themselves 9 eliminations, almost close enough to get those double digits.
Yes, 9 eliminations, so that's 19 points collected by the Infinity. Now the most damage dealt is by Logan, one of the OG players, one of the original members of the Infinity, 335, followed by another OG player of the Infinity got tourney with 307. So, well, who says all is not gold? These two guys are still putting in the damage.
They did pretty well, and they are still consistently getting themselves the numbers up, with Logan taking the MVP this time to elimination, 200 damage received. He's tanking almost as much as the damage being dished out. So I assume when it comes to the contribution of the team, almost 20%, so we can evenly dividing all the percentage of the team contribution throughout all the roster of Infinity.
Yes, and Logan, again, one of the OG players of the Infinity, now showing up as the MVP this round. And great work by the Infinity though. They had a tough circle, they were on the outside, but I guess one of the things that really helped them is the fight between XERXIA and also Vampire Esports that distracted each other, allowed the Infinity to come into the circle and did what they did towards the end.
True, and also the play zone was pretty crucial for XERXIA, despite they got himself naded to a side of Vampires. The only one that actually stopped him is going to be Vampires. Well, nobody actually gave enough attention towards Infinity, but this is going to be the top 4 teams in the last map of Sunhawk, which is going to be a bit of a recap between Infinity, XERXIA, Vampires, and YOODO Alliance.
Yeah, YOODO Alliance, they were on a rampage mode this round. They were going around looking for targets to be taken out. And they started off in Capo by taking out Good VIP, and then they went to where TODAK is at, they took out TODAK, and then as they circled around, well, towards that mid stage, they got eliminated. But anyway, I'm going to check out the best moments from this round. Chicken dinner in Infinity.
Looking at the recap just now, Infinity got themselves a clear path from northern side where there's nobody else there except for them, with 19 points of total. That's going to be 9 eliminations and the 10 points coming from the chicken dinner. Definitely they're already cutting across XERXIA, who starting off the day they were actually just above the Infinity.
Yeah, so the Infinity joined by XERXIA, Vampire Esports and YOODO Alliance, the double-digit club, and the 3 Thai teams up there. Even for the other Thai teams, NKT and FaZe Clan, they're on page 1 as well. So Thai teams in game number 1 doing pretty nice here, with NKT and FaZe Clan getting 5 points each. As for Crit VIP, though they got eliminated early thanks to YOODO Alliance, but because they secured the 4 points out of Floyd, they're also in page 1 at number 8.
Now on the second page, we do have a couple of teams that ended up with no points at all. That's going to be TODAK and Roy. They were fighting Crit VIP before, which was Roy, and then TODAK just being bombarded by YOODO Alliance as well. YOODO Alliance, I have to agree, they have been very aggressive this round. These are the victims of YOODO Alliance down there.
Yeah, TODAK and Roy, my goodness. Oh well, early elimination, but 4 more rounds to go for them. They need to really grind out the numbers. But speaking about the numbers, Vampire Esports 10 points to reach the 100 point mark. XERXIA 84, the Infinity 83, so the 3 Thai teams stacked up there. But because YOODO Alliance, they went on the hunting spree, they boosted themselves up to number 4.
And I take back my statement just now. It feels Infinity overtaken XERXIA, but not really. The 1 point difference with one chicken in on Infinity is still not enough to just cut across. But what's important today is not getting who's number 1. It's all about the top 8. So far, MORPH is still holding at 62 points, but 79 is quite close to a side of MORPH just now.
Yeah, 60 points, only 2 points away from MORPH. Even FaZe Clan, even Team Secret, like within the 10th point range of like try to cut across into the top 8. But of course, we need to remember that the teams on page number 1 will still be collecting points. However, for both Roy and the Group VIP who did not collect any points at all, the gap between them, and at least as of now, is 27 points for Roy. So 27 points, 4 games. Okay, we'll still put our fingers crossed.
YOODO too, 28 points, the furthest away from the rest of the others. They need so much work with very little maps remaining here. But when it comes to the smoke specialists, we have to give it to Infinity. They use the most, 12. Out of all the other teams, the only team that used a double-digit smoke here, while XERXIA just used 8 out of them.
Yeah, so based on these smokes, what we can tell is that number 1, these teams, they lasted longer. Of course, the Infinity got the chicken dinner, but other than that, it's also the activity. And considering that this is Sanhok, normally in Sanhok, you don't see that many smokes just because of how small the map is. You probably have lesser space to loot, and they are still able to come out with these amount of smokes, especially for the Infinity. It just shows that they, number 1, lasted the longest, and number 2, they had more opportunity to use those smokes to try to get into the circle.
And also, they're not being charged by the teams that is rampaging for eliminations as well, because they picked the right spot now between these two teams that's next to each other. For the second and third place, Infinity got Tani and Megamind as the elimination of the leader for their lineup. But when it comes to the top 4 rate, it's more towards Infinity, and we do know Infinity scored chicken during the group stage. So they, when it comes to position, they definitely played it better than XERXIA.
Yep, and the highlight players for the 2 teams got Tuni as well as Megamind, with Megamind having a little bit more in terms of average eliminations. But ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap for match number 1, with the Infinity taking home game 1, and the Thai flag goes up. The home ground team goes up. Now, match number 2, Irango, will be coming up next.
Yeah, it was a speedy run just now from the smallest map there is. And when it comes to the grouping stage, right, like during the group stage, we did mention about Group B is actually the strongest group of all of the other groups and very deadly one. And all the top 8 already marched towards the Super Sunday. Half of the top 8 is actually coming up from Group B as well. Now, I do want to see the reshuffle next week, what will happen then. But for now, we're going to focus on who will get the top 8 advancing, because we do know when it comes to the top 8 here today, just 2 points different between, I think it was 79 and PIGMY. Or more,
just 2
sorry.
points.
Yeah.
Just 2 points for 79 to break the top 8. But again, we always have to remember that every team will collect points as well. So it's not only about the 2 points, they definitely have to find more than that. Now, coming into Irango, for the most part, at 79, they should be okay as a start. Except when there were few encounters that they lost 1 player when they dropped around the area of mention. But other than that, they definitely, I would say, last a little bit longer inside of Irango, as long as if they can fix the fact that in some of the rounds in the previous Irangos, they lost 1 player early, they should be able to, they would give themselves a better chance of collecting more points.
I mean, also when it comes to YOODO Alliance performance just now, definitely a wake-up call for all the other Malaysian teams, including 79, because they just have to realize that you have to go for eliminations at this point. You're trying to play safe. Like Infinity is still doing okay with playing safe at first because they are quite in a comfortable zone up there. But for the rest of the team that actually very bottom, they need to be aggressive, not being the prey or the victims anymore. They have to be the predator in the game. They have to hunt for people down, because right now, if they play it quiet and play it safe, they will go nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's really down to the comfort of these teams, right? If they want to play it aggressively, but they got eliminated early, then it's going to be a tough one for them. So let's see what they will come up with. Of course, it's a different map. It's going to be a lot bigger, meaning that they will have more space to take fights, less worry about third parties, especially when it comes to stage 1 and stage 2. But of course, that depends on the circle as well. If we get like a mid-to-the-base circle, they won't have time to take those fights. Instead, they got to focus on rotating into the circle.
True, but when it comes to the circle, well, Erangel has been quite erratic circle these days, so it's pretty hard for them to predict what's going to happen next. And hopefully the flight path will be kind, at least one of those two, which is going to be either the circle be kind or the flight path being kind. But coming up from MORPH, very happy start for the day, very positive mental attitude here.
Yeah, as long as they are within the top 8, they should be pretty happy about that. It's just about maintaining the pace right now. Can't say the same for Quick VIP though. This team, they really need to bring in a lot of points now because we only have 4 more games to go and they're still playing with the same lineup. We don't see Chewy yet. We don't see Chillrex, who's a registered player as well. So they're going to stick with their guns and trust the process.
Speaking of trusting the process, trusting too much without doing anything is not going anywhere. So they need to go for the rush. They need to force a fight. They need to initiate the battle first, which is not happening so much when it comes to the Malaysian teams. But coming up from PEA, they also have their new strategy, which is going to be being a ninja and also trying to take advantage as a third party. Third party is always the best strategy here. But let's not chit-chatty anymore because we're going to fly into our first Erangel in the last chance stage. Let's go!
Here we go! The first Erangel for today. And as like what you said, points are important. And if you were to take some of the teams like what you mentioned, for them to really go on for the hunt. Number 1, they must win their early fight, if any. And to be fair to Quick VIP, they won their early fight. It was just that they were not given the time to recover themselves because of the presence of the YOODO life that came immediately. But now that we are in a bigger map, if they were to win their early fight, if there's any, they should have the space to heal up, to recuperate themselves, and focus on to the next objective.
The objectives, which gonna be the bigger question for the IGL? Do they go for placement? Do they go for safe route and just trying to get those placement points first? Then by the end of the day, they're gonna go for elimination. For me personally, I do prefer you just go for the elimination first. Then later, maybe you can consider about getting those positions safely. Because right now, if they try to go for positioning first, it's going to be tough and quite a pressure for them to just focus on eliminations in Miramar later.
Yeah, and I guess for me personally, that is really down to the teams. So last night after the broadcast, I dissected the numbers and the numbers, why it favors to PEA being the best Malaysian team to perform. It is because they play by their strength. So they are the lowest in their, I would say they're sort of like a bracket that in terms of eliminations, but they're the highest in terms of placement. So if they're able to play by their strength and they know what their weakness is and they know what they're not good at, but still able to collect points overall, however it is, then by all means, if it works for them, it works. So I would say like a team like PEA, I would expect them to play the same game as yesterday, which is play it safe, avoid early fights, and be smart about rotating, and also doing good scouting work.
Now, that's coming out from Coach Aduka for PEA. He's definitely a very good analyst and a good coach as well. We do know he's one of the most veteran coaches up there and not being mentioned quite a lot. But speaking of the circle just now, it's more favoring towards the left side. So we might actually have a hospital or Gakam Mountain sort of a circle here. While NKT, they're just going to leave TODAK to leave because they know for the fact that unnecessary fights in the early stage is not doing so well. That kind of give them the lesson for the last round. Now speaking of finding their strength, Cloud, I think all the teams are actually very bottom. For the coaching staff, they have to do so much work. The analysts as well, trying to find a perfect strategy that kind of works for the player.
Oh yeah, definitely the management and the coaching staff will have a lot of work to do. Sharing from experience, I would say that when the players sleep, the coaches and the managers don't sleep. That is that is how it works. And being in a tournament like this, whereby you have to play for 3 weeks straight in the regular season and then in the grand finals, you pretty much don't have any downtime. Although sometimes they look like they have downtime, they go out and have some fun, maybe dinner and all that. But at the back of their mind, things are still tweaking.
True. When it comes to the coaching staff, even though they don't play, when the players waking up, when the players are awake, they are awake. When the players are asleep, they are still awake. They basically have no sleep at all. And I've seen this right in front of my eyes as well. It feels very tough to be the coach, but they're trying their best as well. Nobody wants to lose, right? Nobody wants to be at the very bottom, but somebody will have to stay there. But it's just about the gap of the points in between the team. Now, on the side of Empires, on the other hand, yesterday, I do wish we have a bit of interview with Elisa Tani to know how the insights of Vampire after that happened yesterday. Maybe we can personally ask him, or maybe you can actually ask him in his group.
Yeah, he didn't reply he didn't reply to the group, so I guess he's he's sad the fact that he thought that he has a day off, he can go and have mukata, and that's not gonna happen because today is work day. So too bad, Tani. But for Megamind, our highlight player now, looking at his stats, average eliminations of 1.5 and average damage 281. He definitely has been showing up for XERXIA, and Megamind is always one of those standout players for them. And their coach as well. Sometimes when he plays, he tends to stand out at some point. But for Megamind being a first liner player, he is one of the more consistent players among them all.
Yeah, Megamind, we love his needs sometimes, and sometimes he got himself in an awkward position, but it's just working out so great for the team. Now, back to the side of Creep VIP, we saw the best of Bill just now. Now we sure don't want the team to rely heavily onto the side of Bill, and we've seen Putra back in the days when he was in his peak performance, but it feels like Creep VIP is still trying to find their synergy and chemistry to work well as a team. Everybody feels like they are on a different page right now.
Well, I came up with an unpopular opinion last night on live stream. My unpopular opinion is that for XERXIA to play, replacing Iron Pro as the IGL. Although mechanically, perhaps Iron Pro is a little bit higher, but what I think is lacking right now, based on observation and based on the numbers, Crit VIP, they need to be able to survive their first half of the game. For the most part, they did not. So by surviving the first half is to make the right decisions, is to come up with good rotations as a start. And then when it comes to the second half, you focus on to making right decisions in terms of taking fights a bit more. So I guess right now is for them to fix the first half, which is probably the unpopular opinion of putting XERXIA in.
I personally feels like that's a sound suggestion. I agree with that 100% because it feels like they needed the leader that kind of very calm and composed and that has no overthinking. And we do know that XERXIA is a very chill person, very cool and calm. But at the same time, if you put Iron Pro out, XERXIA cannot play forever. So they need to adapt themselves towards the league before heading into next week, because this is the week where you can afford to make mistake a tiny bit, not too much, because when it comes to week number 2 and week number 3, any mistake will be detrimental for the team later on, because they will miss so much Super Sunday if they keep on rotating the players.
Yes, and one of the reasons why I came up with that theory is that if you remember back in PMPL MYSG Season 2, when XERXIA was still in RSG, RSG was struggling at that time, and XERXIA came in to play for the first time ever. It was clear that mechanically he wasn't up there, but we can see that the decision-making of the entire team became much better, and they overcame a very tough circle. At that time, there was still Vikendi. So that just shows that that's a sample of what XERXIA can bring. He brings the mindset, he brings the strategy, he brings the thought process of a coach that the teams can implement. And like what you said, a chill mind. Literally, XERXIA is needed in this sort of very high-pressure situation.
True, because if you compare the personality of Iron Pro and XERXIA, it's very contradicting. And I feel that's what they needed. Maybe a couple of rounds, that's what can give a bit of a breather for the side of Cree VIP. But when it comes to Sam 9 on the other hand, now, they're not doing so great for this season. Despite they got Yuhai, one of the best fragger from Malaysia, who used to be in BTR previously, can shine so well back in BTR days, even previously in Team Secret before he jumped into BTR. Now, it feels like everything's stunted for their growth for Sem9 this season.
Yeah, I had that thought as well yesterday, but after sleeping and waking up today, I had another afterthought after that. Like, are they really that bad? Or is it because of expectations they look bad, right? Because you have that star-studded lineup like what you mentioned. If we look at the points, like, okay, they're only 2 points behind that 8th place, which is better than majority of the teams from the same region. So is it because of the star-studded lineup people expected more? Perhaps. So a little bit of an afterthought there. But the good news for the fans of Sem9 is that they are technically 2 points away from MORPH. So and they also scored the chicken dinner. So even though they have the same amount of points, they will be on top of MORPH based on the tiebreaker.
I personally feel like how we talked about Crit VIP, they need to add in Super Bowl for that lineup, because when you look at Dap, Canny, Yuhai and Brian, these are high fraggers, aggressive players that love to go without thinking in the front, without being aware, nobody trying to be as the watchman behind and try to think about. But here comes the war between Sem9, we just mentioned about them, versus XERXIA. And speaking of being a fragger and being aggressively playing, they definitely go in for the rush without thinking twice.
Well, between XERXIA and Sem9, the highest stakes is now on Sem9, and that's where they will go all in on the XERXIA to take over this compound around the area of Gaka. And that's a swift elimination onto XERXIA, though they lost Ken in the process, but the 4 precious points will mean a lot to Sem9.
Sem9, when you put these players in this lineup, Brian, Kenny, Dap and also Yuhai, these are the players that love the frag, aggressive play, just go for the kills and eliminations, so they cannot even overthink themselves, not even a second. This kind of lineup, you do know they are star-studded players with high frag volume, so all they need to do is just go and run and gun. It seems like working well. Hopefully they can keep it consistent without being caught in a trap. Now, speaking of trap, is PIGMY going in a 3-way war if they're trying to provoke to a side of FaZe Clan, because Roy is pretty much near to them.
Oh, here we go. Speaking about near, TODAK and MORPH just next to each other. Ifta and Linux doing the scouting work, gathering information, knowing where the members of MORPH is at. And we can see that Linux, he landed his vehicle. So now at least MORPH, they have the information that MORPH is in the compound. So it's not a good clear shot between the two of them. So that is okay. If they really want to stay here, they could still.
Lynx, newly added into this lineup, and he's definitely holds so much value based on how he performed yesterday. But for the side of TODAK, they try to divide and conquer here. Hazel and Zero know exactly what they're thinking and doing, so they are prepared to defend their fortress as much as they need to, dividing into 2-2 formation. But they might actually just part ways, because they know for a fact this is not the best place they can actually be at if there's another team passing by. So it's best to try to scout out their perimeters first and think about their next step.
Wow, looks like circle time. We didn't get the chance to really talk about the circle. We're talking more about the teams, but the circle is on the left side of the map. Almost similar to one of the circles that we saw the day before, but it's slightly towards the landed area. So a little bit more space for the teams to play, but if it's in this swampy area, this is one of the hardest place to play around. And you can see that Crit VIP is not having a good time in this area with FaZe Clan.
Well, it's Mela shooting. Of course, he barely missed this guy, but sometimes Mela, if you actually ambush him, he will be taken by surprise. But on the side of FaZe Clan, they know for a fact there's 2 knockdown. Here comes Venturas and Noise. They're trying to go for the push, manage to get at the back line. Putra also knocked as well. Venturas try to finish off the job with Bill. With Crit VIP players are very low right now. Mormon coming in with the DBS, playing around the window, ring around the Rosie, trying to clear the corners. Mormon couldn't spot out the one that actually inside.
No Mormon DBS games, they putting pressure on the Crit VIP while Mela comes in from the other side. Crit VIP lost players, and including Newbie, the last man standing. And Crit VIP, same goes with the previous round. Went out early, but this time without any points.
They need Chillrex. Seriously, they need the wise and calm Chillrex to come in. Things are not doing great for Crit VIP. It was quite a mess there when they're being picked off one by one, but Sem9, they heard those gunfires. Quite curious regarding what's happening on the other side of a hill, so they will try to take a pick. Well, YOODO 02, this is going to be another team that we have so many questions about, Cloud.
And T-Rex Choo needs you, so you know what to do.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, well, correct, right? I mean, it's the right context. It just depends on how you understand it. Just saying.
Wow, that's way too deep, man. But okay, YOODO O2 now, really, we've talked so much about all the other teams, and YOODO O2, we do know that Kid is pretty much a good player. We've seen him performing quite right, and it was quite brilliant when it comes to his sprays. But we do have the veteran players like Jumper and Fredo, but it just doesn't seem right yet.
Yeah, I think a lot of fundamental issues, and for the most part, we don't get to see YOODO O2 playing deep into the game because a lot of times they lose very, very early fights. So if we were to look at the gameplay of how they lost those early fights, and I had that reflection as well, is that they were very passive for the gameplay. They allowed teams to swallow them. They didn't place themselves in a good defensive position, even though they wanted to bait teams to come towards them. So when it comes to formation and deciding what angles to take, I think that is something that YOODO O2 will need to improve on.
I personally feel like Jumper needs somebody to taunt him, because that's what happened when back in the days where the Philippine teams actually joined in the PMSL. When a team that actually provoke him, he can actually perform so well when that happens. So maybe we need somebody to push Jumper to just fire it up. Maybe that's the case here. But the circle just shifted again, and Infinity, look at the spread. Cloud, can they score another chicken here?
Wow, nice spread. I like it. I like it, the fact that at this stage they're opening up like that. It shows a lot of confidence for the Infinity. And I noticed that FaZe Clan is in the middle of the circle as well. So great work for them to get that spot, but unfortunately not so great for YOODO Alliance. TODAK, this is their chance to seek revenge.
This is the worst case scenario for YOODO Alliance. Open in the very open street, and not just that, YOODO Alliance in between TODAK, and there's also another team just across them as well. Make it more than one team here. And YOODO Alliance, here comes the rush, and TODAK and the rest of them trying to wipe up clean of YOODO Alliance, taking them out of this lobby. And this is going to be tough because they barely got any covers, and the only covers they can get are the barricades made by those vehicles and the smokes.
Oh man, nade after nade by TODAK. Now, one by one of YOODO Alliance taken out, but we got Vampire Esports as well taking out the top. But TODAK has to finish up the job. And YOODO Alliance, one player left on the vehicle perhaps. And now TODAK is navigating around the smoke. It looks like Leon's on the other side. And YOODO Alliance, revenge served by TODAK.
But I feel like TODAK walking right into their grave the moment they got a bit too aggressive with those sprints, because MORPH and Vampire tried to pin them down. TODAK stuck in between, but they managed to just squeeze out, but never mind. Iftar still being tapped out easily by Hazel and Rill as well. Now Vampire taking one itch for MORPH and Vampire down there. TODAK in shambles.
Eliminated without any place of points, but the points. MORPH, okay, calm down, people, calm down. You guys are done. Okay, calm down, all right. But Vampire, they saw everything that happened. It's just that they do not have a good angle, but it's okay for Vampire. They can visual play around the compound. If they can find an angle from here, that's okay. They don't really need to rush out. They just need to wait for MORPH to come towards them.
Speaking of MORPH, there's not many covers where everybody dies, while Roy now having a CQC against PIGMY. Billboard going for the DBS, but they winning over Roy, leaving Tuss once more as the last survivor player for the side of Roy.
Well, for PIGMY now, looks like it's Billboard all alone. He has to recover fast before the teams come by. But another tough round for Roy, and 0 points for them collected this round. They may be pushed down further if YOODO O2 can score a big one, but unfortunately for YOODO O2, they only have 2 active players. Now, on the south side of the circle, team representing Thailand, NKT is there, but okay, we're talking about YOODO O2, and they're up against the skirmish with PA.
PA coming in as a 4. They still have full squad alive, but not so well, not so healthy. So it's Kido down to only 50% of HP. Less than that, Kido got naded out of nowhere. It's going to be Kit taking those grenades out, but PA still going to win over YOODO O2. They ended up with a 0 again.
Yeah, 2 rounds, 0 back-to-back for YOODO O2. If this continues on for maybe like 1 round or 2 rounds, that's it. They will not see the light of the Super Sunday, and all they can do is just plan for next week.
Next week is still going to be a very, very tough one if they don't rectify the mistake for this week. You know, GEEK fam coming in for Infinity, despite they got quite a spread up there. But if it's a bit too far apart between the players, it's gonna be tough for TODAK to be having the support fire. The Nate, wait, what? Izane and wait, Izane?
Well, okay. But beautiful counter nade here by the Infinity though. And Mika, okay, he's been picked up by Izane. Another nade sent by TigerX, but it will not connect. Damroot will come in from behind. Okay, Damroot. This is important for Damroot to be able to execute it, but the rest of the Infinity, they have arrived.
Here comes M9 as well for Hulk versus the side of M9. Dap and Brian taking the hold of the front line. Well, Hulk and also Zero are trying to go 2v2, but they do have the flanker from the outside. And we do have PIGMY on the outskirts as well, but they are a bit busy with somebody else. Brian trying to cook out the nade and make sure they can't come in, but they got the wrong angle. Oh, what a nice hit by Zero. Brian down and Yuhai. How can he respond to this?
But they have to respond quick because now they're on the outside circle with the zone starting to close. Yuhai and Dab, the duo that has to do it against MORPH. MORPH, they know that Dab is on the second floor. Yuhai is on the other side. Up the stage. 3 more seconds before he releases it. And there you go, down to the ground floor. Hub gets it down to Dab, now leaving Yuhai alone.
Oh, MORPH winning over this one. Only got one trade out of this. Well, the side of Sam9, that Yuhai is gone. It's going to be the entirety of Sam now obliterated from this lobby. We're down to 8 teams. But FaZe Clan were versus against Vampire, if I'm not mistaken. Or Infinity just now. Well, PIGMY, they saw what's happening. They're taking advantage of the situation of the team just won.
Oh, look at the name there on the elimination feed. Kido just got taken down. For Vampire, they are putting a lot more pressure onto FaZe Clan. They want to collect those points out of the hands of FaZe Clan as well. But Mr. Joe is out by FaZe. PEA fighting back with teams around them.
PIGMY to Frankie, look at this. What a feast for the side of PIGMY. Easily taking this with the third party situation where they stand. It's going to be sort of a festival Thanksgiving day for the side of PIGMY if they keep that one going. They still got themselves the center. Well, NKT, they have to fight so many teams in between, including the teams that right across them, which is going to be PEA.
Looks like Mr. Joe is down. And taken out by Tony K from the Infinity. Triple F takes out Tony K instead. So it looks like a counter fire there. As for PEA, they'll be happy with the silence that they're currently having. Gives them time to recover themselves before the next stage of the circle that will show itself in about 30 more seconds.
Blaze spotted out, Team Secret. But he is taking a bit of a risk down there if he's exploiting his own position by opening fire. Team Secret, lucky enough, they did not actually focus on him because they are quite busy against NKT. But the nades keep flying over this side. Trunk tried to spot if there's anybody in the small shack. Might actually spot out Infinity if they climb down those hills.
Oh, nade tossed across by PEA onto NKT, but none of them connected. Overthrown, unfortunately. NKT allowed the space to reset, and we can see that the god is still there though, but he is healing up and he should be fine for now.
Traxi, PEA, they're tossing too many utilities but not clipping towards any team. Now that's going to be a waste of resources multiple times. Hopefully they have enough when another team coming in for the ambush, but Team Secret is start to move. They're migrating themselves next to NKT. They have to force the fight, but the problem is PEA and NKT both are holding this angle of the circle.
Oh, here we go, nade by Soas on the other side, because right now Team Secret we need to fight their way through, and it's against NKT who's playing by the edge of the circle. Stage 6 moving to stage 7. The space is not much. GK, lucky enough that Molly did not let inside that.
But still the man on fire. Trang on there then, giving the pressure a bit of spray towards the side of the teams right across him. PA, Blaze and Traxi will want to move. GK will need a bit of a healing up with that small shack to take himself some cover. Then KT on the other hand, there's not many players left, down to only 3 with Tiso. Very low HP down there. I'm surprised they did not spot him out.
Well, thanks to the smoke that is, but he's very low on health right now. The moment he shows himself, he could be easily sprayed down. And Team Secret still have not broken through the great wall that is NKT. Nate sent across, and big damage clip on the T-Spot, but he's still A-OK.
still holding on, but Vampires rushing into a side of MORPH. This is trouble for Flippy M0. They're holding the angles, but Zero couldn't hold the last angle. The corner's being cleared up. Vampires eliminated MORPH, but at least MORPH will get themselves some placement points plus those 2 elimination points. But the Vampires, they are sucking the blood out of all the others out there.
Well, welcome to the 100 point mark. To Vampire Esports, ladies and gentlemen, easy peasy lemon squeezy for them since they have a very big head start with 80 points. Now, look at the elimination feed. We knew that Team Secret, they need to cut across that. Zoas is currently down on his knees. They fight back with Johnson, knocking out Triple F. And they still don't know that one member of NKT is there. And Break will be punished for it.
Tiso is doing so much work by himself despite not being spotted out by all the other players just now by Team Secret. PA on the other hand, they try to abuse the smoke as much as they can, spot out Infinity players across the other side of the road, but PA Truxy is down. Now the GOP, how to deal with the entirety of PA with that kind of pressure. Here comes the nade, and that's a done good job.
That's a home run there, ladies and gentlemen. One nade to take out NKT. Kiddo knocked down by PIGMY, and now looks like for PEA, we need to move to go. This is a big challenge for them as we go into the inner side circle. We got PIGMY here with FaZe Clan.
But PIGMY also focusing on PEA. They're focusing on the wrong team, was slowly being chipped off by the side of FaZe Clan from behind. Now PIGMY, it's going to be tough for them. 2 teams to focus at a time with only 2 players left. Tan also Jabranki. How to deal with it with Jabranki taking a bit of a sniper tower. But the problem is he doesn't have any cover support anymore. And there's nobody else for him to cover support at this point. PEA, they still have a couple of players still left. But FaZe Clan, Mormon, can he do some miracle run here?
Oh, he's still in the circle, so anything can happen there. But for Vampire Esports, they have the circle entirely for themselves. And again, Vampire Esports, how many points will they continue to collect with this sort of advantageous situation for PEA? It is go time for them, 15 more seconds to go. Musics, he does not have a vehicle, at least from what we can see on screen around them. As for the Infinity, they do have a buggy, so they can make that rotation as what they're doing right now to get in.
PA, they tried to break a double digit for the elimination, spotted out TODAK, but whiffed it so much with those sprays. Measy, Valid, Afford, Bull and Brazen might actually try to go for more 9 eliminations in the back for the side of PEA, but they have to focus on 2 teams at the same time. PIGMY, Jabranki just jumped down, managed to save his teammate Tan, but at the same time, will Mormon take advantage of this situation?
Oh, here we go, Music in trouble. That was a close one there. He has to revive his teammate, but time is on his side though. The zone is closing. As we can see here, Vampire Esports still holding onto the ground very, very strongly. TODAK and Nuzi in action as well, collecting points for Vampire Esports. Now 12 elimination points for the Vampires.
At least PA, they still consistently getting themselves at top 5 for today. Position-wise, they've been brilliant. Well, but PIGMY! Oh, that 1 HP left. He managed to heal back up. But well, the rest of the Thai teams, this is the domination and the waking up call for all the Thais out there. VP, Infinity, FaZe Clan still up for the run in this round of Chicken's Dinner.
Well, the Infinity managed to find a way into the circle at least. Out open pressure by Vampire Esports. But unfortunately for Jabranki, he's taken off on his own. And they will end their campaign. The number 4 with 4 elimination points. Now, it's time for Mormon to try to survive this blue.
Oh man, Mormon, good luck. They definitely know exactly where he's at. Here's done. TODAK shut him down, and that's going to be 2 more teams to go with Infinity a bit decapitated by the other team just now, and the blue zone. This is a sure win, almost 100% Chicken Dinner for the side of Empires.
And again, it is an all-time finale here with Logan pinned down. Logan nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and the Empires who claimed that Chicken Dinner. This is the Vampires that you mentioned will not want to back down, will want to go all out, will want to release everything on this.
A double-digit elimination, cracking the 100-point mark up there. They're definitely joining in for the Super Sunday, and now they're just playing it for the preparation of this Super Sunday. We do know for 100% they are definitely in the top 8 by now, but it's a good warming up for them to do, and they can do some experimental stage here for tomorrow's Super Sunday.
And to them, this is like a scrim at this point for Vampire Esports. not too worried about anything much, so they can play this nice and chill. And by playing nice and chill, let's see how many points did they collect. Okay, I'm doing the math right now. 16 points collected by Vampires. This equals the second place record for BTR. If not because of RRQ, they went all in to collect more than 20 points yesterday. But this is a high number here for Vampire Esports.
Well, they're definitely venting out the frustrations of yesterday, last minute push down, and all they have to do right now is trying to formulate what else their secret strategy they can do best when it comes to getting the playoff later, maybe in the playoff later, or even this Super Sunday. But Shrubs, I agree, right now Shrubs is actually rising up. If you go against Tony K, we don't see Tony K as much compared to Shrubs.
Yeah, with the new haircut here. 5 eliminations, 852 damage, 185 damage received with 27% team contribution and a maximum survival time of 25 minutes 33 seconds since all of them survived to the end. 15% headshot, 52% body shot, and 33% a lick shot. So Shrubs contributed 5 eliminations, which is the most among the other 3 players of Vampire Esports.
Quite a hefty damage by one singular player, but also there's going to be the top 4 teams in the last Erangel map we just witnessed for map number 2 out of the 6 today. Well, we do have a majority of the Thai teams rising up here when it comes to the last stage qualifier towards the Super Sunday. VPE Infinity, very consistent here today, Cloud.
Oh yeah, from a chicken dinner to now a second place finish, the most consistent of them all. And for PEA, they're up here as well, also showing a level of consistency. FaZe Clan also joining the chart. So majority of it, the Thai teams are in the top 4 teams in this round. Same goes like the previous round. A lot of Thai teams up there as well. And looks like the home buff is real.
Finally, the home buff on Saturday, but not for the Saturday talk. But we're gonna have to rewatch the chicken dinner moment by Vampire Esports.
And here is Vampire Esports, 26 points collected. The Infinity 12, PEA 12, and also FaZe Clan 11, the double digit club here. And based on the map rotation shown earlier on, I noticed that they have changed their strategy as compared to last seasons and the seasons before, is that they like to play for the outside circle in to farm eliminations, but this time they switch it into playing in the middle of the circle, and they're still able to farm this amount of eliminations.
I agree. It means that they definitely have in-depth knowledge regarding their tactical when it comes to plan B here. They prepare more than one strategy in case things didn't work out with their plan A. That's what needed for all the teams out there in case things didn't turn out well for their team in this week number 1. But for TODAK, at least they scored 4, but there's so much zero. Last map we had only 2 teams with zeros, but this time it feels like the same name is repeating itself.
Yeah, both YOODO 02 and Roy, zeros in 2 rounds back-to-back. Grid VIP, they had 4 points in Sanhok, but this time it's 0. YOODO Alliance, who went on a rampage in Sanhok this time, they were caught up by TODAK and they fell to them. And TODAK got their revenge against YOODO Alliance, putting them down to only 1 point in this Durango match.
At least they still score 1 out of nothing, but at the same time, there's going to be a lot of the bottom teams still not progressing as much as we hoped for. And Vampires definitely already joined in the heavens of the Super Sundays up there, over 100 points. I think Infinity just going to follow pursuit very closely. Same goes for the side of Sergio by end of today. But BA, can they not drop their performance, because we have a lot of hot chasing tails down there with PIGMY, YOODO Alliance and KT Sam9. Well, I do have to say between Sam9, there's still quite a gap between YOODO Alliance, but the top 8 and the 9th place, how much of a gap it is?
Yeah, so remember the magical number now for Sam9, 66 points collected. So we'll definitely flip over, and it's FaZe Clan chasing up. Ooh, 1 point different. Not only FaZe Clan, MORPH as well, 65 points. It is tight for the race to Super Sunday.
I agree. Team Secret do have a slight gap down there, which is going to be a bit at ease for the teams up there. But this too is too tight for comfort. Shrubs and Kiddo. I'm loving this comparison of VPE versus PEA. When it comes to the stats, they are very similar. And Kiddo, he got so well this season compared to the last one. This is a huge growth from PEA.
And gotta give credit to the IGL XERXIA as well for scouting and leading the team well and playing by their advantage. And speaking about advantage, obviously here the stats do favor onto Shrubs. 5 eliminations versus 4, not that far. Even 852 damage versus 724 is not that far as well. But of course, that's the reason why Vampire they scored the chicken dinner. And the total damage dished out by them is 2,738, more than 1,000 than second place PIGMY.
Yep, this is going to be the high standards, the high bar or the high end of the damage being dished out by a team. The highest we've seen was the eliminations with the 1, which is still being called by RQ, and 3,899 was the magical number. It's still 1,000 difference from that one, so it means that Vampire, they still might actually not showing all their fangs at if they want to beat those numbers.
Though they don't really need to at this point. To them, it's a scrim. But for the Thai teams, they've been having a good outing so far in the first two rounds. So the Infinity and Vampire Esports up here as the teams that got the chicken dinner. So the whole crowd goes wow.
Speaking of wow, now I agree the fact that because of XERXIA coming into PEA just now, we had the comparison between the two players of Shrubs coming up from Vampire Esports versus PA Kiddo, and I agree, they coming in with the new IGL XERXIA from Trio Distro definitely give them so much different insights and a strategy, plus a very good coach Aduka, and also because they let go of Lex. I did question them, why did they let go of Lex who played last season? It seems like they do have different understanding of the game. It didn't work out for the chemistry, and that was actually a good investment to just trade into tracks into the lineup right now. That's just how important during off-season swaps and the trade of players.
Yeah, the off-season transfer window was also the first transfer window for Pahang Esports Academy because they qualified directly from PMNC Malaysia into PMSL, and they have to remain the same lineup irregardless. So they didn't have the chance to make any swaps, make any changes to the lineup. So given them this one transfer window, I have to agree that they did it right in the transfer market. Of course, not only swapping out players, but also bringing in new players as well, and it overall worked out for them, and they solved their IGL issue that they had from last season.
I agree. Same goes for the side of, I think it was Alter Ego who mentioned early on, where they did have slight miscommunication that they worked out quite right this season as well. And that's something that every other teams can learn from. They need to discuss, sit in a total discussion, having a meeting and go back to the drawing board, what they really want and what they really want to focus when it comes to this season. Because all 3 seasons, it's going to be the same team for the entire year. So last season is pretty much like a testing out experiment for some teams. This season where things get really tough and tight now.
Yeah, the changing factor would be whenever transfer window it is. So we'll see how much some of these teams will change, of course, in the next transfer window. And some of them have been pretty solid. And some of them didn't really need the change, just like Vampire Esports. They have been with the same lineup for the longest time. And they are that team that is the trusted process of the team. But also, we kind of think about it, right? In the Thai scene, there are very limited amount of players that they can go for, unless of course anyone outside who's able to communicate in Thai, then that would help. But if not, then they are stuck with their own talent pool that in which most of them are already playing in the PMSL.
Maybe they need Matoy. Sorry, I just remember Matoy all of a sudden. But also, maybe it feels like they need...
Vampire needs Matoy? He was a Vampire for a little bit. But yeah, we don't see him. So, I mean, his role was kind of like an anomaly when he was a Vampire for that short / I'm not too sure how long bit. But, well, at least Matoy now has a new career with Austria Esports.
Yeah, that's kind of true. And also, speaking of the Vampires, the only flaw they have right now is going to be how to actually conquer Southeast Asia. Because when it comes to the Worlds and Globals, they are brilliant. But when it comes to Southeast Asia, they have so much issues here.
But, we have a swap here. So it looks like Hazel is stepping out of this round, representing MORPH. And of course, MORPH, they are one of the teams who really need to push the numbers up. And last we saw, FaZe Clan, they're catching up. And we did talk about, like, in the past few days, that FaZe Clan is one of those teams that can show up later. And based on the current points, they are showing up. So, MORPH, they need to do everything to try to overtake and keep FaZe Clan at bay.
And the problem is, FaZe Clan is very similar like RRQ. They can one-shot one round and getting themselves out of the world numbers of eliminations. They did that before in the very last minute, and they can actually do it again for this season. Now, can they do it now, or will they do it later? That's the bigger question. But for all the others, including the side of Infinity, all they need to do is just maintain consistency. Same goes for the side of PA. Last time we saw 66 was the magical number. But there's 2 teams, MORPH and, if I'm not mistaken, it was FaZe, was it? That quite close to the top 8.
Yeah, they had the same amount of points. And just above them is Sem9. So that's definitely going to be the target on how they're going to try to overtake Sem9. If we look at the drop spots, well, they don't really drop close to each other. So even though if they meet, it's probably going to be after the rotations happen. Maybe like stage 2, stage 3 onwards. And if they can meet, well, obviously you won't know if you're playing who is in front of you, but if they somehow can meet each other, they get that first elimination, then they know that the players from that team, they will go all in for it to try to take out each other. But let's see if that happens in our second Erangel.
I have a feeling we'll have to wait that happen during the last Erangel map. That's where all the crazy things happen, and all the teams that's really tight neck to neck against each other have to be bumping way early on, or maybe even in the last 2 map of Miramar, because that's where all the elimination numbers going up and above beyond. But for this map, high chance we might actually looking at a lot of safe plays. Maybe a couple of early skirmishes where some teams happen to be clashing or even moving in the same direction, depending on the circle, because this time the flight path favors towards the left side. The last circle favors towards the left side on the southern side of hospital. But where will it be? Will it be SMB? Because we do have a lot of players dropping quite early on.
Yes, Team Secret normally drops in Novo, so this flight path does favor them to drop early and quick, so they will land straight. Same goes for PIGMY as well. For NKT, okay, they will normally drop in the area of farm. So quick drop for them as well. They just glide a little bit more longer to reach their destination. As for Vampire Esports, we normally have either Zaki or Primos as their drop spot. Looks like they're not dropping into Primos this time, despite it's nearer to the flight path, and they're going up north towards Zaki instead.
Give us circle of Zaki. Which we never had before. Like one time. But this is going to be a tough one, Cloud. It's still divided into a 50-50. Whether you want to go SMB or should you go for Ferry Pier or just around Farm Milton area, just at the edge of it. Because we've seen so many bridge circle these days and it's fun to watch.
Oh man, it could happen. It could happen to the bridge area. It could happen to mid to the base still. And of course, we're hoping for the later. But Vampire Esports, ooh, it's not Zaki, it's not Primos. It is Pochinki. Here we go.
It's kind of a rare sight since the Xav is actually not occupying here. Why not? Vampires versus Creep VIP. Let's go. When it comes to Pochinki, it's been a while we have this kind of fight. Shrubs now coming in without any helmet, without any vest. He's just giving a bit of a warning shot not to come close. While Newsy just happily busy litting around. On Creep VIP, the problem is there seems to be a distance between the players and they're quite separated in between.
Yeah, and Crit VIP, they don't have a good record winning against Vampire Esports inside of Primos. Let's see if that fate can change at this time. They're still sticking with the same lineup though. No changes for Crit VIP. But the good news for Crit VIP is that they managed to push Vampire Esports up to the abandoned church area. So that means when it comes to loot advantage, Crit VIP has it.
For Vampires, on the other hand, well, these are quite a legendary players. These are formidable players. We do know they are a legacy team, so they can deal with when things are not working right for them. For Crit VIP, with Iron Pro right now start to already in a defensive stance. But Vampire 16 eliminations, they got this, I think it was on week 1. Was it? Oh, definitely week 1. But when was it a 16 elimination? I think it was around day 1 or day 2, was it?
That was day 2, I believe. And that was by BR at the time in the first Erangel. And that was an explosive performance after their first game that didn't go so well in Sandhawk. And they came back big and harder. And now with that sort of a performance, they have qualified themselves straight onto the Super Sunday.
True. Now Shrubs. It's been a while we see a DP28 being played here. I miss the pizza gun so much. But AKM and the pizza gun, this is not going to be the best weapon. Unless Shrubs really love using that. But Crit VIP, I am Pro now slowly just trying to find a different rotation just to go nearby Putra. The formation's been broken for Crit VIP. This is going to be trouble for newbies if he's being spotted out because Newsy have a sharp set of eyes. He's not wearing his mascara today but still can see through whatever's going in that tower.
Well, even though he's not wearing his mascara, I do hope that he's wearing his lucky pants. I don't know if that's lucky pants, but anyway, lucky enough for him that newbies got knocked down, so now they have the man advantage, and I would still want to see those pants.
We have to wait for the interview then. We have to wait for the interview because his pants is just something that might be his signature for now. But Crit VIP Putra waiting around the corner. He definitely heard Stone jumping down here, waiting for Stone to just turn around the corner right across him. And Putra, he doesn't have that much troubles. Only one smoke that is. He couldn't actually flush Stone out. But they definitely have a whole crew of Vampires marching to a side of Putra. And Bill is quite far as well to do any work or give any cover fire here.
Well, speaking about Newsy's pants, the other day, Matt from Tencent, he DM'd me about Newsy's pants, and he says that Newsy evaded all the shots, and the shots went to his pants, and that's why his pants is like all shredded. So yeah, good point there.
What?
Yeah, I know. Right? It's like his pants became the tank, and that's why he survived in the game.
I thought we only have vests in the game. We don't have the shots or the pants. Maybe we should implement that for the next one, just in case, you know. So far, we don't see any shredded jerseys. That's a good sign. But in the end of the day, we're back into Vampires trying to sniff out Putra. Now, this is going to be nerve-wracking for Crit VIP. Hopefully, they all still have their pants on.
Yeah. If they don't have their pants on, I'll have a lot of questions there. I have a lot of questions. Yeah.
What kind of conversation is this?
I mean, it went from just shredded pants to like no pants. So it's not me who called the no pants. I know someone gets excited with that. Just like how Roy is excited to collect their first point finally.
Roy, after such a long time being the first few victims of the eliminations, finally they make a bit of a debut for their first elimination of the point here today. Whilst I am pro, everyone is hugging the corners of the wall. This is not great for Creep VIP. They are praying not being discovered. But Vampire is being very careful. Now they divided into one formation. And Butcher being discovered. There was a clear shot and a clean one.
Oh man, this is bad news for Crit VIP. Now the other two members are just across them. Bill is still behind. Okay, it's now all in onto Iron Pro. Iron Pro alone. He does it an M4. Tosses his one and only nade. And he retreats back behind. But for how long can he last here? Now on the mid-map, we do see Bill coming in, but it could be too late by then.
For Bill, but Roy, the moment he got himself the first elimination, FaZe Clan decided, you know what, we will not let you be happy for now, but Tusk fighting back. They still have to fight in them, and down to 3 players. Oh, 3 knocks and Mela, and the rest of Infinity is running away. I'm not gonna save you guys, so bye-bye and have fun, guys.
But MORPH is here as well. Everyone wants a piece of Roy, but they're defending their job well. The Thailand now currently down. The 3 other members are still like them. And they are fighting 2 teams back to back, but MORPH is the team that's not letting them go. Rejuvenate taken out by 0 by the beautiful name.
Oh, while Vampire is still fighting Crit over that side, and down to only one last player. 0 on the other hand, MORPH. That's why we can see the abandoned ship coming out from the side of FaZe Clan just now. But 0 down on his knees despite he got himself covered in the smoke of Noah. Being spotted out by Flippy off angle. Here comes MORPH coming in. Flippy, he's trying to give a couple of shots from afar. But Noah still trying to build up the break of smoke so he can actually fire back. But Flippy, what a response.
Nice off angle there by Flippy. And to know that both of these teams are desperate for points, we really want to get as many points as possible. Now, we're going to circle time, and looks like it's going to go for this run. No Infinity circle. No, we still have a little bit of it right now, but with the later stages, there's probably not going to be any. But now MORPH against Roy with Day rushing in with Michael Ozzy gets punished with the DBS.
Malak finish off, and there you go. The sprays coming up from M416, and it's going to be it. This sniper rifle's favorite for all the players out there. Tusk cooking up the nade, and that's Flippy flipping off. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Flippy finally down, and that's going to be MORPH being eliminated. The first team, but at least it ended up with the 0. And FaZe still holding on as well as YOODO O2 spot out. Mizzy of PEA steals away the car and just going to leave the crime scene without being punished.
3 points collected by YOODO O2 now. You need a lot more points in order for them to have a chance to be in the top 8. And this is a good start for them. Now Kid taking a little bit of a risk here with smoked up vehicle. But because they're in the blue, they will take any moving vehicle that they could get.
Back to us, YOODO 2. At least they scored 3 this time. And it seems like good progress so far. But Roy, after being eliminated, 1 player just now, they're being multiple times knocked down before managed to finish off most of the FaZe Clan members. But Infinity next, the Thai teams really want to take out Roy from Vietnam team. Yet Tusk and Valak reposition themselves to get those elevations, to make sure they have a better view, and to make sure nobody else will try to chase them from behind. But do they have enough? Definitely they have a bit of an upgrade along the death boxes laying around.
Oh, look at this. The elimination with Bill got swaps. That's going to be 1 point for Crit VIP. I believe that fight should still be in PUBG still. But because of that, I'm sure Bill would have revealed his position, and they should be in a current situation where Vampire Esports is all on the Bill now.
Oh, now it's XERXIA's turn taking over this side. So many teams just trying to pass across and try to get this compound, but it's just not working out right because there's too many teams having the same idea. XERXIA knocked down on 1. Infinity now running around trying to find where the shots came from. Lobby X on the other end with that Mini 14 being super sneaky but pounded out by this guy. Got Tony will try to spray over XERXIA, who's trying to just cross over the fields. But Tony is a bit frustrated, couldn't actually get the shots done. Lobby X still holding off another angle. Look at the spread by XERXIA.
Oh yeah, XERXIA right now, we can see them still moving around, trying to position themselves, and they are in the circle, so they have the space to play with. Oh, they found an empty compound. Great work to scout this place out. So I wouldn't be surprised if everyone will retreat back onto this compound to make it their fortress.
It's so hard to differentiate between the colors of XERXIA and Infinity across the minimap, honestly. But for the next circle, will it shrink towards the main peninsula, or will it still be a 50-50? Not a 50-50, make it sort of a 70-10%, because the remaining percentage is going to be those rivers, whoever resort to swimming. PIGMY will try to cross over towards the other side. Will GEEK fam bridge cam them or not? But the one actually in the center, not safe either. YOODO lies taking at the edges of nearby the coastline. We do know how steep those slopes will be.
I also noticed that Bill actually got into the middle circle. Great work by him. Let's see if we can do the ninja to survive to maybe top 2, or maybe come up with a surprise chicken dinner. Now we have Bill here on screen. He is among the members of Vampire Esports still, but the elimination fee is now rolling with Team Secret taking out NKT.
Vampires, despite they're having a very long fight against Creek VIP, seems like they're moving in the same direction still. But FaZe Clan, Victorious, this is going to be the last player that is. PBS time.
Oh no, time to give him the salutes. Victorious, you will be remembered.
Ooh,
oh, wait. Hang on a second, people. Hang on. Oh, look out. That's now that's a different kind of salute that I will give him.
Master of DBS, Ventorez in the way. You got Ventorez just now for Infinity. 1v4, no problem. My god, what a big clutch there is, Infinity. This definitely will wipe off the smirk off their faces. I want to see the players scam. I want to see their reaction. That was huge.
That was insane. Okay, and instant spray to take out Tusk from Roy. And now Vampire Esports. Bill was eliminated. Now all eyes on to Roy with Vampire 5 eliminations. Let's go.
Tony Gay spotted out Balak, but he missed a couple of shots there, not connecting the dots so far. Noah Stone, and it's gonna be the DBS game here. It's gonna be the PM Shotgun League. PUBG Mobile Shotgun League, we go. That's gonna be the winning weapon for this round.
Go movement here by Roy, coming to provide backup. But now everything has calmed down since they do have the work to separate the two teams. Both sides will want to take this time to reset at least the other circle. Now, elimination feed wise, GEEK fam, Damroot knocked down. And no elimination yet on the Damroot. It could be a long range knock onto him.
Tony K, he needs to replace his gear. Level 1, almost shattered the helmet. Trying to find a replacement. It's pretty scarce for those gears here laying around. Noah on Roy. Now we get a bit of a replay. This is the best replay. This gotta be it. The highlight of the day, man.
Oh man, beautiful. Okay, you asked for the race. Oh, okay. I mean, Moment is the one that's overreacting, but okay, I can understand. It will
He
be when
clutched it.
insane.
I mean, that was 1v4, and he's the only one survives, and the only one that's doing that all the job by himself, and the only one that actually gained the points for the side of FaZe Clan. I mean, he definitely will have to taunt that one out. My god, that was huge.
You can always count on Moment to come up with the reactions. Camera, always be prepared for Moment. He's the guy to give us all the reactions. But reaction between GEEK fam and now PIGMY, both of them by the edge of the circle. And GEEK fam, they do have that slight advantage by being the inner side of it. So PIGMY is the one that has to try to win this fight. Now they will take out Audrey in the process, and the last we saw Damroot was out. So now GEEK fam has only 2 players left.
Now they're trying to take out the threat right across them, and that's going to be the first few steps. They managed to do so by shutting down one of the off-angle players of GEEK fam. They want to go in for the rush. The moment they saw Jabranki trying to scout out the perimeters, they just go for a retreat for GEEK fam back to where they started off. Now for the side of PIGMY, all they need to do is just defend this place, because all they need to do, the covers of the rock will actually cover them for quite a bit. But for GEEK fam, nobody can actually just revive Audrey. There's too much at risk. There's too open space the moment they want to cross over the other side of the street.
Oh, YOODO 2 passing by Team Secret and YOODO 2. Now spot out by Team Secret. Looks like Jumper will get the first knock on the transit, but now they're going to go in for the close quarters combat. Jumper has the DPS of his own. He's prepared for the close quarters. Get Knocked out by Soas. Soas comes in. Soas shoots at Team Secret. Will win the fight against YOODO 0-2.
That's a clean teamwork coming out from the side of Team Secret, but YOODO 0-2, at least they scored themselves a 3, and the past few rounds they scored none. And there's going to be a slight progress, but it won't be enough just yet. They need to wake up. But Team Secret, this is the time for them to shine. They're trying to push up the numbers since MORPH being eliminated early. 7-9 can actually overtake NKT at 8th place for now.
Wow. 7-9. NKT though. But let's see. The points are close. 1 point difference between the two of them at this moment. We haven't seen much of a 7-9 yet this round. So probably because of they're going to play it safe and play by the strengths of avoiding early fights this time.
We heard a couple of shots from afar. PIGMY taking on Audrey. GEEK fam, they're not done yet. The fight between them and PIGMY has been going on so long. But here comes more gas coming into the circle. And KT, Mr. Joe with the God already down. So they do have only 3 players. Team Secret after they're done with it. YOODO 0-2. They found their next target, and it's going to be NKT.
Yes, Team Secret currently still on the roll. Don't want the players eliminated, but still they are at 5 eliminations, dominating, to seeking their path to go into the top 8. FaZe Clan eliminated, so that opens up the door for teams like 7-9 and Team Secret kind of cross top 8.
Team Secret quite far-fetched down there, but the numbers still slowly going up. But at the same time, they're down to only 2 more players. Mr. Joe trying to shut them down now here as NKT want to solidify their top 8 position. So have to just avoid those explosions for now. Have to be extra careful while jumping, because if he just jumped at the wrong spot, he might slide down. TODAK, if not taking on Team Secret, TODAK might be the saving grace for NKT.
Oh man, look at TODAK coming from behind. Team Secret squished between 2 teams. Mr. Joe tossing nades across. Team Secret now a loose break to the hands of Cleon. NKT will come in as a third party. Mr. Joe is out of nades. He only still has nades. He could probably take out the members of TODAK, but now with the information that he has collected through this field, still there's nothing much that he can do. But look at the minimap. TODAK, they sent 2 players out behind to close in on the NKT.
Worst case scenario happened for these 3 teams now. Circle just moved away from them. For NKT, Triple F as well, they want to find Soas, the last member of Team Secret. But the thing is, Soas so good at hiding, they couldn't spot him out. Cleon, this is the time to leave, because stage number 5 will not be forgiving. Mr. Joe on the other end will try to stop them from advancing and just tell them, challenge me again, because I don't want you guys to just get into the safe circle without me. But Mr. Joe, he just left the buggy and now he's running on foot.
Yeah, so looks like he's going to be on foot right now. I wonder what does he have in mind. Maybe jump into the water, but before he can execute whatever that he has in mind, knocked down from afar by TODAK.
But at the same time, TODAK being ambushed by 2 teams at the same time. That's going to be YOODO Alliance and Sam9. Both teams focusing on their rotations here. TODAK cannot just get squeezing into the circle. The advancement being put on hold, being denied their mobility inside. And now YOODO Alliance will make sure they keep them at bay.
Voila! Finish off by Tony K. Oh, point stolen by Tony K when the work was done by NKT. But anyway, so now YOODO Alliance focus on the TODAK. TODAK still on the other side circle. YOODO Alliance, they do have the circle, so big advantage towards a YOODO Alliance. And some knocked out by eyes in. Man, how many eyes onto TODAK now?
Too many. They make too many sounds just now. It was so noisy with their migration. They are all on vehicles just now at the same time. But YOODO Alliance and the other teams across them as well happen to be just right in front of them. But on the side of Roy, Noah, oh man, he doesn't have any first aid, and that's going to be the last member down. We only have 9 teams left, but some teams will follow pursuit very closely because the fire is starting heated up right now for Sam9 as well.
Well, we asked where is Sam9, and now we have them on screen, and they're played by the edge of the circle. They have YOODO Alliance on their 6 to deal with. And also on the other side of the circle, there is a couple of players from a Vampire who's looking to come in as well. It's a matter of timing now. They have about 25 more seconds before we see stage 6.
Stage 6. Anytime now. Last 10 seconds. SC. Spot down Newsy, and that's going to be the last of Vampires, possibly, yes. And, now. They are quite comfortable. But Sam9, Uzi, what a clear shot. A clean one than that. All he needs to do just keep on spraying and Lobby X finish off the job. They translate into 1 point. All they need to do just keep it going for XERXIA. They got themselves quite comfortable in there, touching in the rim of circles. Still Sam9 on the other hand. Hardly gatekeep 2 ways. Where to run, nowhere to hide. XERXIA and YOODO Alliance just smash down on Sam9 in between.
Oh, nice a spray there by a YOODO Alliance, but bad news for Sam9. If they get eliminated now, they will still be outside the top 8. RNJ will land the final blow onto Brian. And that is it for Sam9. Circle-wise, look at this. It goes towards where PIGMY is at. And also XERXIA is in the circle as well. Now for YOODO Alliance, spraying on XERXIA. They will take this fight against XERXIA. Megamind collecting information.
Jimmy trying to do some damage, hoping he will buy time for the rest of the team to recuperate, and he got one. That's the green light, and that's a go time for Jimmy. He's pushing in, but Lobby already cooking up the nade. Megamind in the smoke as well. Here comes the vehicle. He dodged it. Jimmy, he needs to do so much work by himself. It's not going to be enough. Where is this cover fire? Here comes the back line, but it's a bit too late as Megamind finish off YOODO Alliance. Olio as well, remaining Addict look as the last member of YOODO Alliance.
XERXIA, 8 eliminations already, looking for that knife now. All in onto Addict look, and Addict look nated down by Urzi. That is elimination point number 9 for XERXIA.
Let's see. Well, they do have a full squad still. Nobody else to stop them except for PIGMY, who happen to be just running right across them and on the elevation, elevated ground as well, on top of XERXIA. They do have the advantage of the ground, but they don't have a full squad there. It's going to be 3v3 since one of their members trying to park themselves at the center first. Lobby X being spotted out. Breaking, not breaking any sweat. Megamind on the other hand, down to only 20% HP. This is going to be a problem. And down to only Uzi to do all things by himself.
Wow, PIGMY, very active move that they're doing right now. They came from the left side circle, now they cut across to the right side just to eliminate XERXIA. But anyway, XERXIA, they collected 9 elimination points at 5th place. Not too bad of a campaign for XERXIA.
And Katie Soa still alive. Barely hanging on. All he needs to do is just counting times. He still managed to make up for the top 4 right now, despite almost the entire team being eliminated. And KT Triple F and Soas, they're not being touched and not being harmed at all. Now, PIGMY, this is going to be the highest chance for them to get this chicken, but how to find the solo players?
Oh, look at that. Even Isaac went down. Oh my goodness, everyone's like running away from PIGMY right now. And MKT is out, so we're left with the top 2 teams, PIGMY and Team Secret Soas. Okay, I guess right now we can go grab our snack. I'll see you guys after Soas is done.
I mean, Soa's already prepared himself with the DBS. I don't think they need to even find him. It's gonna be fine. It's all about timing here because stage number 7 will definitely eliminate Soas unless the circle favors him though. Now that's gonna be funny because if that happens, oh, they're even willing to jump down for it. Achul is already down and he's trying to find between the creeks. This is gonna be fun.
Well, for PIGMY, they want to collect every single point that they can. And look at the good for it. Soas comes in and they will finish up Soas. Beautiful spray by Achul. And PIGMY scores the chicken dinner, breaking the streak of time.
Oh man, Achul, the moment he spotted out, oh no, it's a DBS, shoot, I need to make a U-turn. But he managed to just turn things around, still finish off even faster than we hope it would be. But on the side of PIGMY, will this make it through for them to get into the top 8 with the chicken dinner? But how many eliminations did they secure?
We're going to tabulate the scores in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. But for PIGMY, though they are in the top 8 as of now, or at least as the last we saw it, they still need to secure points just to be sure that they will not be pushed out of the top 8. So the question is, of course, how many eliminations did they get? And it will be answered right now. So doing the math, and they got 9 eliminations in this round. So that's 19 points, I think.
Oh, 400 over damage, half of Billboard's offered. It's going to be Achul, but it's going to be almost close for Jabranki. But unfortunately for Tan, he's being eliminated early, but he did still dish out some damage and give so much information by his death as well. But this is going to be a PIGMY coming back. They love their chicken. They played it safe in their first few days, and now they're slightly a bit more aggressive than they used to.
Yeah, and I guess when you're pushed to the corner, that's where you will go and do things that people might not think of. Like, okay, you cut across the map from the left side to the right side just to finish up everyone, and that is confidence showed by PIGMY. And I guess that's also because that they are really, really desperate to join their other compatriots in the Super Sunday. But now Billboard is our MVP this round with 4 eliminations, 422 damage, 270 damage received, 33% T-card ratio, and a 23 minutes 30 seconds survival time. And majority of his shots landed on the middle of his target.
Going to be the tummy target for most of the players out there as well, but it's quite a high percentage. If you see at the damage distribution around the head area, usually is around less than 20% or around less than 25%, 29%. We haven't seen anybody more than 50%. But before that, we're going to see the match recap. Top teams this time, the only one Thai teams. Before this we have the Thai dominations, but today PIGMY rising up. Like how you mentioned, they want to join their comrades as well. Team Secret and Roy squeezing in as the Vietnam team. Team Secret and Roy, they had zeros before Cloud. This is the first time they got points here today.
Yes, and they got a good amount of eliminations in the process as well. So great work by Roy in the third round here. But hopefully they will still be able to somehow be in the top 8. But with the performance this round, they give themselves a fighting chance. But let's check out the best moments here brought to you by PIGMY's Chicken Dinner.
Despite PIGMY got themselves a double-digit total points with 9 eliminations, a lot of 9 eliminations up here, you have to give it the best highlight and spotlight clutch. It's still going to be Mormon 1v4 with that DBS.
Yeah, Mormon was the cheerleader, Vintorez was the DBS guy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, it was Mormon who like, yeah, and Vintorez was like, yeah, I do this every day, you know, it's nothing. But because of that, so FaZe Clan, though they scored that big highlight, but unfortunately they're not in page 1.
Oh man, well, despite of that, there's still more maps to go, so it's still a good start and also a good momentum coming out from the side of teams. Early getting himself double digit here, but for Roy, yo, they got that 9 points, 3 out of FaZe Clan members early on. Team Secret, this is also one of their best round, but for Vampires, I mean, these teams can actually res. Vampires, they don't really care too much about getting Super Sunday, definitely in, but the one that we mentioned early on, NKT, YOODO Alliance, the GEEK fam, where do they stand now?
Ooh, okay, before we go to the overalls, on page number 2. So FaZe Clan, the 4 points. Okay, so those 4 points is Rubin Torres. That's it. Right, it's easy to point out those 4 points is Rubin Torres, so nothing else from there. But speak about nothing else. The Infinity came from a 2 consistent round, number 1, number 2 respectively, but this round 0 points for them. But frankly speaking, with the amount of points that the Infinity has collected, they are pretty chill up there.
That's kind of true. But for PEA, not so chill though, because they lost this round and it ended up with a nil. 0 points is a laugh and nothing else. Not LAUGH, but it's a laugh as in 0 points. Infinity, it seems like these two teams are very similar when it comes to roller coaster mode. Up and down, hot and cold. Remember when they got themselves up in the top 5 or got themselves the chicken and they dropped the ball entirely with nothing in this round. This is going to be hurting them quite a bit when it comes to the overall rankings later.
Yeah, that's where we will see how far the gap or how big the gap is with the overall ranking soon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, keep your eyes on the top 8. That is where we will find out by the end of the day who will join the first batch of top 8 from the group stage in the Super Sunday tomorrow. And it's definitely going to be crunch time at the borderline of top 8. Even the last we saw from the previous round, the borderline of 8 is very close, and expect a lot of interchange to happen even after the last game.
Because of how tight the scores gap was before we even start this round just now, it's going to be quite a fun run for the next or last wrangle map of the day. And we're going to assume after the break and for the second half of the day later on, things are going to get even crazier, even hotter, and things will get really bizarre because of how desperate they want to be in the first Super Sunday throughout this first week.
Yeah, and I guess we'll find out now how close the top 8 is, but okay. Okay, looks like you guys have to do the map on your own, and we will be heading on to a break. See you guys in a bit.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
everyone, after the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight, and the glider will maintain its altitude, while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour, and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions, use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hello everyone, and now I'm here with FaZe Winterless พี่วินของพวกเรานี่เองค่ะเป็นไงบ้างคะ
สบายดีครับสบายดี
สบายดีใช่ไหม Your team is at the borderline of the top 8. Will your team be nervous for the upcoming match?
ตอนนี้ทีมเราคาบเส้นที่จะติดท็อป 8 แล้วครับเรารู้สึกเครียดหรือว่ากดดันกับการแมตช์การแข่งขันที่กำลังจะมาถึงบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ไม่ค่อยกดดันเท่าไหร่เป็นเรื่องปกติของFaZe Clan เลย
Actually it is normal for us we don't really feel much pressure about it
The normal way. Okay. You guys always clashed with YOODO and CRVP. Is it planned to gain eliminations or just coincidence?
ทีมเราเนี่ยได้ไฟท์กับ YOODO แล้วก็ CRVP บ่อยมากๆอันนี้เป็นแผนในการเก็บแต้มคิวหรือว่าเป็นเรื่องบังเอิญครับ
เป็นความบังเอิญครับความบังเอิญนะพี่
It's just a coincidence situation
Okay, I understand. Your point is very near with SEM9 and MORPH. Any words to them?
ก็แต้มของทีมเราตอนนี้ใกล้เลี่ยกับทีม SEM9 แล้วก็ MORPH มากๆมีอะไรอยากบอกพวกเขาหน่อยไหมครับ
ก็อย่าห่างไปเยอะครับผมแต่ตามไม่ทัน
Don't go so far we will chase you real soon
Don't go so far. Okay. So the last thing that we can't talk about the last match at the shot 1 vs 4. At that time, what you think?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับกับช็อต 1-4 ที่เพิ่งผ่านไปในเกมที่แล้ว
ก็เห็นผมติ่มจะที่ผมเฉยเลย
You may think I'm not that good but don't try me
Okay. So you will put that shot in TikTok, right?
Definitely จะเอาช็อตนี้ลง TikTok ไหมครับ
อาจจะครับอาจจะ
Maybe
Oh, maybe. Okay. Thank you, Winterlet, for joining us for the interview. And now is the time begins for the game. Let's go back to the casters.
Rankings here, and fortunately we get to see the ranking before we actually start the game. 1, 2, 3. There's no 3, 4, 5, but 1, 2, 3, and it's gonna be the Vampires. What a brilliant number that is up there. But we talked about the magical number 8 right now, and 69 is the number. But we do know there's been a tie between Sam9 and FaZe Clan, still nowhere up there, despite we had the interview with Victorious with what a highlight of a clutch of the day. At the same time, we're gonna see if Sam9 can hold, because if I'm not mistaken, FaZe and Sam9 might actually have a tie. If it happens to be down to a tie, it's down to, yes, definitely a tie. It's down to between the placement point. The chicken dinner is gonna be the first tiebreaker. Then we look at placement points. Then we will just hover around the elimination points for the last option. But for the side of YOODO, O2, Creep, VIP, TODAK and GEEK, 4 Malaysian teams at the very bottom. This seems to be very dim. This is going to be a bit of a problem if they don't work things out. So this is going to be the comparison between the two, FaZe Clan and Sam9. A big comparison between the teams that actually barely make it into the top 8 or actually tie at 8 and 9 place. And also the team that actually also tied at 9 and 8 place. When it comes to the top 4 rate, we have to give it to FaZe Clan. Mela and Kenny S is gonna be the players elimination leader that's leading for Sam9 and FaZe Clan performance right now, but it's more towards the side of Mela.
Yes, and we are back with the final 3 games for the last round, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, okay. Going to be real tight. It's going to be super duper tight now. So, who's going to get it? We saw the points earlier. It was so close to each other. And yeah, as what we predicted, it will go down to the last game.
For the last Erangel map, we can assume it's going to be super frenzy because it's going to be the eliminations craziness happening in this last Erangel map, especially for Sam9 and also FaZe Clan. And MORPH is not too far either.
Yeah, I mean, they're all so close, man. The borderline is crazy right now. I don't know what else the teams will be doing after this. I think they will be doing things that is going to be out of the box after this. Maybe teams that we normally don't see taking early fights, they will start to take early fights because we're going to go, it's going to be the last few rounds and it is a make or break for a lot of these teams. And how about those teams like at the very end, right? Like YOODO O2, like the rest of them all down there. Being a make or break situation, we might see them being a little bit more active after this.
I say we still have the standard par of 85 points to make up to the top Super Sunday here for the top 8 teams, since 69, maybe 8th place down to probably 13 still doable if as long as they have themselves in the 50s, like not too much of a gap, not more than 50 points of a gap. It's still doable for the team. So on the side of even Sam9 and FaZe Clan, these two teams, they might actually play a bit safer just to avoid those early conflicts because too much at stake for these two teams right now.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it's like a toss of a dice, like whether you want to do this or whether you want to do that, and then you also have to consider like other teams, what will they do, and then they will kind of affect your rhythm as well. And there's so many elements to it, and it's also the final Erangel for today too. So whatever that they have revised or whatever that they have talked about, and based on the two Erangels that they played with this grouping, it is down to this one last game. And then it's going to be Miramar, in which a lot of things will switch up again. That's a whole different map.
Now, speaking of the next map here, we see a lot of the stats here. We do have Roy and Team Secret across the bottom crawler or around the bottom area where we have the stats going on. This is quite alarming, but before that, we do have a bit of a change of a win. Adikboy is back in replacing RB. We've seen this lineup before. I hope it will work out for today. But back to what I was mentioning before, Roy and Team Secret, they still can get those top 8 numbers.
Yeah, so Roy, Team Secret, they are still able to do it with 3 rounds to go. It's really going to go down to the wire. Even NKT made a substitution in order to try to fight for the top 8 slot. So those are the 2 substitutions that were shown to us, at least for now. And the other team seems to remain as the same lineup. Trust the process, they say. And let's see if it turns out well, especially for teams like GEEK fam as well, who is also struggling. Because like we saw the previous round, the circle was on their side. And I wanted to mention that they allowed PIGMY to pass by. If only they stop PIGMY, maybe they would be in the same position as PIGMY to score the chicken dinner.
Due to how they were distracted with all the fires that have been the audio cues by all the other teams and players happen to be passing by as well, they seem to be losing a bit of focus and a bit of a leak towards their formation that GEEK fam just let them pass by, like how we mentioned before. But I'm looking for Roy's performance. They're a bit more aggressive here when it comes to trying to get themselves to the top 8. We can see they're desperate, they're trying, and they are really trying so hard to get themselves to the top 8 here today, as well as Team Secret.
Oh man, and we have TODAK on screen too. Another team that is also desperate for points to get in. They had a very tough circle in the previous one. Circle kept running away from them, and there were a lot of teams that had to fight to get into the circle, and all those factors, so all accounted into whatever happened in the previous round. Hopefully it's a better round for teams like TODAK this time as we go into our final Erangel match. Here we go.
Buckle up, ladies and gents, because this last Erangel map where all the magical things and stuff happening here very soon, especially in the early stage of the drop stage and initial drop spot. We saw Vampires versus Great VIP on top, but Chinky just now, due to diseases, is actually the last team made it through towards the top 8 Super Sunday yesterday, so it's quite vacant unless there's going to be a lot more skirmish later on. Also, speaking of the circle, with the circle, be nice to the players, since it's going to be a lot that at stake for these guys, especially the teams from 9th place down to 12th and 13th place.
Ooh, this is the time where I would wish it is a Stauber circle so that it's kind of fair for everyone, because if it goes mid-base circle, then Team Secret will have a big advantage together with PIGMY. So if we go Stauber, I think a lot of teams will need to really work their way through. But I'm looking at the stats on the left side. It's dominated by Vampire Esports.
Yep, the only one person that is not there. And it's always going to be the same name, Tony K, Shraps and Stone. So I guess that the last player that is coming out from the side of Empire, which is going to be Newsy, start to wake up, is still snoozing down there. But when it comes to the flight pod, we do have Team Secret and PIGMY as per usual, dropping quite early. A fair being taken by GEEK Fan, but the circle this time is not going to be that kind. It's quite a distance for those who are dropping themselves in as and B. Well, Rosa is quite empty. Nobody coming up from the north view to the flight path itself. I assume PA try to go up to Savannah as soon as possible, but YOODO 2, can they defend in shooting range?
Yes, this will be the round that if they were to come up with a surprise visit or entry into the top 8, they have to do it now. With this circle, it is kind to them, but it's not only about placement, it's also about elimination points. But I noticed the elimination feed as well. GEEK Fan, he scored the first blood in this round and he took down a member of Quick VIP.
Interesting. I do want to see where the fight is happening here right now, or was it just one particular player? Because we do know Scouters always be the first victim to go down, being knocked off quite early. Now, since we don't see any more response coming up between GEEK Fam and Creep VIP, so I assume that's going to be the Scouter from side of Creep VIP that is being finished off. Unfortunately, they have to start off with a 3 for Creep VIP, and not just that, two times in a row they had early clashes. The last one was Pachinki with Vampire Esports, this time with GEEK Fam. They definitely feel devastated right now.
So GEEK Fam normally drops in Fairy Pier, and Creep VIP normally drops in Pachinki because they want to challenge Vampire. So with that elimination happen, they probably drop on the outside of Fairy Pier instead. Then maybe that happened when that one player was trying to get a vehicle or was looting in one house and happened to be GEEK Fam there, and they still lost one player in the process. So again, the trend is still happening here for Crit VIP. Early stage of the game is always very tough for them.
Well, the unfortunate incidents is also a blessing for GEEK Fam, scoring 1, which they needed more than Crit VIP right now, because personally, I feel like it's going to be tough for the teams that are actually placing themselves at 14 to 16 plays because of a gap in between. But we're gonna have the replays. It's actually Bill, the play. Oh, he got nothing on him.
Oh, and it's outside of Pachinki, and Mika happened to be there. Okay, interesting that Mika dropped far away from his teammates, but he had the shotgun, and he won that fight against Bill. So it's that 1 point. But interesting enough, I noticed that Vampire is not inside of Pachinki. So despite Crit VIP having Pachinki all for themselves, but it had to happen when they lost Bill early.
Yep, and Bill's performance today was incredible, but unfortunately he didn't land any weapon or anything at all in that circumstance. Just now, he tried to punch away his way out of it, but well, we do know when you come against shotgun in that case, it's almost negative percentage of surviving that. But so far it's gonna be a quiet start of stage number 1, other than the early fist fight we had early on. Other than that, nothing else is happening. I guess everybody else is just doing their own thing and just wait for the circle to see if... Because we do know the circle and the flight pod was quite a distance in between. A lot of players dropping early. So I assume everybody just loot up, get up, find vehicles, try to rotate as fast as possible.
Well, I would say there's something happening here with Crit VIP. They left Rosok fairly early to... they left Pachinki fairly early to move to Rosok directly. And understandably, because Boom Esports is not playing, they would make this assumption that Rosok is empty, and with the circle that we saw earlier, which is towards the northern side, parking themselves in Rosok is good so that they can continue to loot there and they can move up north faster than the other teams through the river. But now we have a FaZe Clan onto YOODO 2.
YOODO 2 is the one being ambushed and never initiate the fight this day. Surprisingly, not so much. FaZe Clan, here it comes. They're rushing in. They want to go for more. They are at ninth place. Getting Friday was a no-brainer for Mela. Easily just taken out with an AUG as well as that UMP. But the rest of UDO2, they were not challenging. They're not interested to extend this fight because there's going to be more than one team. Roy is nearby as well, but the split coming up from FaZe Moment definitely discovered very insightful information for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and for FaZe Clan, they are desperate for points, and with that 1 point, they have overtaken Sem9 as of now to be in the top 8. And Sem9 looking at the elimination feed will not be happy with that. The same goes for YOODO2, of course. They are very, very desperate for points, and to lose one player very early, it's definitely not a good sign. For Team Secret from Novo, it's time for them to travel this time, cutting across Milta into the main peninsula. Without PTR, it's a free access for them.
The thing is, the circle is quite far, so that's why everybody tried to migrate early, because they know for a fact if they are late and the northern side is vacant, everybody will entering from the southern side. Unless they got themselves vehicle, there will be some teams trying to enter from left and right of the circle. Well, the teams dropping themselves quite early in the center of the Severny and shooting range. We didn't mention shooting range before. UDO2 dropped themselves there, but things didn't work out quite well for them either. UDO Alliance spotted out the migration and transition of the GEEK fam. We had 1 point on side of GEEK fam taken out of group VIP players. But due to how far they are from each other, I don't think they can actually gain anything out of this.
Yeah, so everyone's focused onto the migration now because of how northern side the circle is. And just to point out as well that UDO2, when they first started, they had the circle, but they still lost one player in the process. So I guess there's something to be done with their early game strategy of like, even though you get the circle, but you still lose one player, something has to be done within, like something to work out with related to their first rotation. Where do they go to? How do they travel as a team? How do they scout, or do they need to scout? Or a lot of these scenarios that I think UDO2 needs to fix, because this round it should be a okay starting round for them just because of how the circle is up north.
Definitely, because it feels like they have to revise about whatever they're working on. Same goes for the side of Mika, GEEK fam. They should know for a fact all the teams coming from south might pass in Rosshog as well. They happen to be quite far apart from all the others, so they cannot give him any support fire from the back. We mentioned about how north the circle just now still comprises a bit of water ratio in it. But UDO Alliance coming in late, and it's going to be shooting range. UDO2, this should be their circle if they're not being careful, but they move up all the way to Severny. And for PA coming out from Stalber, there's going to be a lot of teams in the center. Surprisingly, the left side of shooting range is quite vacant. If any teams realize this, they should try to push themselves there as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's a bummer for UDO2. I mean, Severny is their regular top spot. For them to lose a player early and still getting the circle at stage 2, I mean, it's a tough one for them. Well, let's see if they can still manage with 3 players, because right now all the other teams, as we can see on screen, they are busy with each other. GEEK fam still traveling, Sem9's in front, and Sem9, they will not want to lose anyone knowing that FaZe Clan has got their first point.
I don't think Audrey should pull over here. It's too open. There's nothing in between. And KT taking those elevations across the other side as well. Can yes, damn, taking down on Damroot. GEEK fam, they jeopardize themselves the moment they step out from that very small house. Kenny and the rest of Sem9, they want to go in or not? Will they trying to finish off the rest of GEEK fam because they are so split apart with their formations broken as well? And Sem9, they try to make sure they're marking their perimeters, but NKT spotted out VPE. It means they're not that too far as well.
Well, the high grounds of shooting range definitely going to be a popular spot. And NKT being there, they will need to prepare themselves against other teams. Now, speaking about other teams, UDO2, they took up place from PEA. Oh, nade set across onto Triple F. But Triple F will not be hurt by the nade. There was an overshot there.
Vampires finish off when they were trying to scout for perimeters just now. Didn't realize Vampires way faster than the rest of the team to march into shooting range right on top of it as well. Well, Tony K spotted out the vehicles. He might try to puncture the tires and try to flatten it out from just to deny and slow down their mobility, but he couldn't spot him out quite far, around 100 meters, 150 meters apart. Well, FaZe Clan, they're splitting themselves too, knowing that there's so many teams nearby. Everybody for themselves for now. They are nearby the bunkers, but at the same time, they need some covers, cannot be indoors or down underground. because it's going to be difficult for them to gain any sort of information. Quite a risky move for Venturas, but we just witnessed he managed to clutch a big one just now. He can do it again.
Yeah, I know, right? That 1v4, that's definitely the highlight of the day. That was insane. That was insane. That could be repeated over and over again, ladies and gentlemen. In case you miss out on that action, you gotta watch Irango number 2, which is also game number 3 today. That was crazy. Try to top that. We'll see throughout the season. But for now, inside of Severny, so since the circle is all the way up there, YOODO O2, a lot of visitors in their house.
I say they pretty much getting a lot of love by a lot of teams. That's why they just couldn't take too much love. They're running away from their love and emotions. Too much overwhelming for Jumper and the rest of YOODO O2. All they do, it's so hard to see them initiating fights. All we can see is they trying to retreat from fight so far. TODAK put out the rest of NKT. Here comes, trying to break up the tension and find an opening. TODAK randomly dropped those things.
Here we go. Tony K spraying forward onto NKT. NKT with a high ground advantage. Tony K is alone. He has to retreat. He has to run down fast. Lucky enough, he has the slope to cover him, but still went down to Megamind possession.
Stone spot out Megamind. Tony K needs help, but Megamind will be sprayed. Stone connecting, and all the sprays a bit too far. Bold and brazen reloading, trying to save his teammate. Tony K is screaming for help. He got abundance of smoke, so it's not going to be a problem for Vampires. Team Secret, the one that's marching for top 8. 1 man down and 1 man away. Team Secret know what at stake here. They are parting ways.
One last spray on the GK. GK last tick of health. And JK made it to safety. Whew, that was a close call there for JK, but can't say the same for Jiminy.
Oh.
As he got eliminated by PEA as he landed on this house all alone. His other teammates on the other side, and at least they gave a signal to Roy that PEA is in front of them.
PA tried to solidify their top 8 position here, trying to shut down on Roy, who's at 12th place. Still a lot of work to do for Roy to get himself in the top 8, but it's not impossible. They're still in the run to get themselves in the Super Sunday. But for Vampires, Tony K managed to being revived, got a bit of a reset. They try to reassess and try to revise their next plan, what to do next, because they know for a fact shooting range in Severny is just over occupied right now.
Playing around the area of shooting range, and they have to occupy the lower ground instead of the high ground. And Schwabs getting creative by getting into the bunker. At least they have a second option in case the circle goes away from their current position. Although Mizi knows that Schwabs is there, but they're just going to trade long range shots just like that. Now, we move over to MORPH as they're looking for points to be on top 8.
Etsy pretty low himself, but the rest of MORPH is hard-headed. Still want to go in without thinking twice. Flippy going around the corner, while Zay keep the support fire from the back. Hulk and Flippy just pulled over, but the 4th player already inside. Zero didn't even wait for the team. He's just gonna go in. He doesn't care.
Oh, here we go. Zero with a nade. And he's finding that right angle. Okay, he knows that XERXIA is just across. Tries to angle that nade. Will not connect. But he moves in, and XERXIA will be taken out. Nice shot there by Zero to follow up. And Flippy now coming onto the other house. Tries to gather information. The other 2 members of Search are stuck here.
Zero's hand is way faster than his brain right now. All he needs to do is just keep on going. He's not stopping, not showing any sign of slowing down, and have to force to down his knees. Lobby X found it out. The rest of the team outside. Zay, this is going to be trouble. Smelling over for MORPH. Zay made it. What a close combat.
And he's still able to revive all his teammates. And MORPH, they definitely need the points more than XERXIA themselves.
Oh no.
And Disney, what happened there? Not too sure. But oh, here we go, Zay. Yes, visitors. And they are losing the spot. Nice enough party coming in. But for MORPH, they still fight back. But still, it is NKT to take them out.
All they needed for MORPH, just an extra 5 seconds. That's not being given by NKT. They taking the opportunity at the perfect time. Well execution by NKT, cleaning up the crew of MORPH. Despite they got himself 4 eliminations, but they will be one of the teams that without any placement points. Crit VIP on the other end, the only team with a 0 right now, because they just got a 2 before they went down. There's gonna be trouble smelling over the side of them, but GEEK Fam Audrey is going to be working out with Aizen. Only 2 left for the side of GEEK Fam, but the circle just shifted towards the center here, just on the outskirts of shooting range.
Still a lot of teams inside the circle, majority of them. But there are some players need to move from the north side of Suburban in. But I don't think it'll be too difficult to navigate through the urban area. For YOODO Alliance, they do share the same area with another team. And I'm pretty sure that they're aware of it. That's why they popped that smoke. And it's going to be FaZe Clan in front of them. FaZe Clan definitely desperate for points. And now they have 1 point ahead of Sem9.
Sem9, how desperate they want to fight back for this one. They want to go for just placement points right now for Sem9. Definitely they want to stay out from any early conflicts and just wait it out for the top 5 and the top 6, like how these Xaviers did it yesterday. They will try to repeat that sort of stance there and that sort of pattern. Vampires being tapped by PA for quite some time now. Hopefully Meezy still have a lot of ammunition because he's been investing a lot in that in this angle towards the side of Vampires.
Yeah, I like the plan B by Vampire, but TODAK, no plan B. This is plan A. Go in for the elimination points, but PIGMY, they will fight back. Achul, on the right side there are the members of TODAK. UMP needs to reload, but then again, time is not given to him by Iftar.
Clearing up, not breaking a sweat for Iftar, but he needs to save Tom. Next, Sem9 versus NKT. NKT on 7 plays. If Sem9 can eliminate NKT, that's given big opportunity for FaZe and Sem9 to just squeeze into the top 8 during this map. Now, NKT, Mr. Joe trying to just get an exit out, but there's Sem9 shooting everywhere.
And they don't have a good view of where the players of Sem9 is at just because of how rough this terrain is. NKT circling around, they have 3 players, so the manpower is not on their side. Sem9 has NKT covered at this moment with Kenny. Nice off angle here, waiting to pull the trigger.
Sprays over, slightly connected. Oh, Triple F down to only 20% of HP. PIGMY taking on TODAK as well. Well, Kenny has nothing to cover himself unless this one miracle rock can do something about it. And NKT being split apart, formations broken, and Sem9 trying to take advantage with Brian coming in, going straight to Mr. Joseph's. Oh, but never mind, Brian E got himself stuck in the center.
Oh, but Yuhai is there with the long range to knock down Triple F. And now Mr. Joe is the last remaining member of NKT, tries to secure the elimination point out of Brian, but it's going to be an almost impossible angle for him. Nate sent across. Triple F not bleeding out. Depp considering close quarter combat with Mr. Joe. And Depp considering the DBS, and it's going to be Sem9 winning the fight against NKT.
That's going to be a no-no for Mr. Joe. It's done for NKT. This giving so much window for Sem9 and FaZe Clan to push down NKT, but Sem9 in trouble. One member pretty much in the red zone. Or YOODO, the kid seems to be having a bit of explosion for his vehicles, but Roy next to be eliminated. My god, this is going to be tough for Roy to catch up here because it's going to be opening up so much gap to get into the top 8. Pretty much doomed for his future right now for the side of Roy. But for GEEK fam, is it within their reach still if they can get more eliminations as the FaZe Clan try to solidify the position by getting more eliminations, same scores as Sem9.
Wow, for GEEK fam situation, they only have Izane now, so it's going to be hard for them to collect more elimination points. And he's still on the outside the circle with Sem9 in front of him. It's definitely not good news for GEEK fam. And with Sem9, they probably don't know that Izane is still there, but if they do, they definitely want to pick up the point.
I don't know if Ventora's can't clutch anymore because of how YOODO Alliance just finished him off, but GEEK fam, unfortunately, like you mentioned, that's left with Izane, and even Izane left the lobby just now. We're down to Team Secret, whether Team Secret can chase up towards FaZe and Sem9's position, but there's only 2 spots available up there between FaZe and Sem9 to be pushing NKT down, or Team Secret will finally override everybody else up there.
Well, Team Secret has that chance though, 65 points at this moment. They could probably do it, but okay. We need to see what sort of position they're at this moment. For now, the Infinity, a team that's pretty comfy up there. And seems like they want to have some fun by taking out teams across them.
Infinity, they're performing quite brilliantly today. Trying to get those triple digit. Might actually try to snatch away number 2 spot, but you don't really think that's going to be impacting so much when it comes to the Super Sunday slot. But Sam9, on the other hand, it will mean the world for them if they can actually gain more eliminations. They are at the 8th place now. They cannot afford to lose early because FaZe is still chasing their tails.
Yeah, with a 1 point difference between two of them right now, Sam9 could use more points. As for the Infinity, pretty chill. Okay, circle time, and we can see that FaZe Clan is occupied with YOODO Alliance on the right side of the circle, but they do have the advantage of the road. So even if the circle closes behind FaZe Clan, then it's a YOODO Alliance's game to try to overtake FaZe Clan.
But they are gatekeeping YOODO Alliance right now, and YOODO Alliance have to cross the road, not just that, an open space. FaZe Clan will keep them at bay, while PA, they're having a fun time destroying everybody because nobody else coming out from the north. YOODO to get the center. Team Secret, well, they do have some explosion of vehicles in between. Trunk is down. XERXIA, on the other hand, PA lost Blaze early on, but they do have an opportunity, of very big opportunity, to get the chicken because nobody else contested them regarding the circle.
At this moment, well, I guess in the middle, looks like it's going to be nice and chill. A lot of fights happening on the side instead, just like this one. Like what we're going to see here is probably going to be YOODO Alliance executing their plan against FaZe Clan. Now smoke's being popped out. So smoke bridge created, and this is YOODO Alliance preparing themselves to crash onto FaZe Clan.
Speaking of crash, Sam9 might be crashing into Vampire's bunkers here. Oh boy, this seems to be very lively now. Sam9, they might lose their 8th spot if they're not being careful. Vampires, they have nothing else to lose here. If they can actually clutch, it's just another bonus for them. But FaZe Clan managed to just... What a big nade by Mela! YOODO Alliance just have to bow out a big one. FaZe just overrun Sam9 when it comes to the scores, securing 8 eliminations due to YOODO Alliance just now pushing them up to 8th place.
Yeah, with a beautiful defense by FaZe Clan. They swap places again with Sam9 now. Now they are up in the top 8. That's Vampire Esports. They have visitors in the name of Sam9 just above them, but because they're in the bunkers, not only that, these are the members of Sam9. Instead, Sam9, I think Amizi on the other end, but their closest rivals is still going to be Vampire Esports.
Sharing the same spot here, but in multi-level terrains with the underground bunkers. Vampires now not just have to deal with the taps coming out from BA before. Now Sam9 is just breathing behind their backs. U-High try to pressure them coming out by tossing multiple nades coming in, but their utilities might running dry, but Nuzi caught one. That's going to be the go time, and that's going to be the green light. Sam9 down to only 2 more players. This is high risk, high reward game for Sam9.
Well, it's a crucial one for Vampire Esports to eliminate Brian because he's the off-angle guy. And now with Sam9, very, very low on health. He does have a medkit. He's going to pop that right now. U-High probably popping the first aid as well. He's back up to 80% of health. And now...
This could... Yep.
Yeah, anyway, for Vampire, looks like they're going to continue on to put focus onto Sam9.
The problem is Sam9, they might actually lose the 8th spot because Infinity, now Logan spot him out. And it's open space for the side of Sam9. Nothing to cover themselves. Infinity butting into this business.
Oh, they had to! Indirectly helping Sam9 now. But anyway, Vampire Esports, because they're in the bunker, they can still heal up. But Dap is not going to allow that to happen. He's going to go up against Stone. Stone has shotgun, but the TBS will not allow Vampire Esports to reset.
Dab only scored 1 out of that. The rest of them will be distributed alongside Vampires, Infinity, and FaZe Clan. So it's going to be Infinity and FaZe Clan stealing away from above, but thank you, Infinity. Sam9 managed to survive, but not so long because FaZe Clan, here comes the entire cavalry.
Well, this is the fight that FaZe Clan wants to take, especially if they can wipe out Sam9, keep Sam9 out of the top 8. This open mission right now for FaZe Clan. They do have the numbers against Sam9. U-High and Dap will need to do it against the trio of FaZe Clan.
It's going to be trouble for them, smelling over this side. A couple of nades being tossed in, but they barely got enough space here, Cloud. The moment they jump out for the blue zone, there's going to be doomsday for the side of Sam9.
But the good news is that somehow this bunker still has that part of the circle. That's crazy. But that will also allow FaZe Clan more time to try to take out members of Sam9. Molly tossed out. And that will force Mela to retreat. But then again, it is still FaZe Clan not allowing Sentinel. Oh, they got UI. This is go time for FaZe Clan on the dab.
At least I think Sam9 still going to secure those top 8 positions because we might add in the position points out of plus those elimination points here. But they still got a corner. Sam9 Dap trying to revive UI as much as he can by giving the pressure back. Just giving a bit of a warning, Nate, making sure that they cannot push in for FaZe Clan while he reviving UI, but he's running out of his throwables now. UI, thankful enough, they got himself first 8, but the problem is they got less than a minute to decide what to do next.
Well, they should still have that edge of the bunker to play with, but that might force them to reveal themselves to FaZe Clan. That's the situation that they want to be in, definitely. And UI is back up again, 80% of health. FaZe Clan still not letting them go at all, understandably, and we still have stage 8. Now, very, very likely stage 8, this bunker will not have a circle at all.
100%. Unless the circle just, how about we have more bunker fights here? But at the same time, we get to know that in less than 20 seconds, well, we do have 5 more teams left. While PA still consistently getting themselves to the top 5, despite they didn't score any in the last round. This time they're coming back with their positions, but not so much when it comes to eliminations. But FaZe Clan, they are climbing up to the 7th place, and KT slowly being pushed down.
Okay, I really want to see how far the circle will be from the bunker. Far enough, far enough. And of course, FaZe Clan, they have the upper hand on moving. But I guess the fact that they know that Sam9 is below them, if they can eliminate Sam9, basically mission accomplished.
But at the same time, FaZe Clan want to save their utilities and their throwables just for the sake of the Blue Zone coming in, pushing Sam9 as well. They can spray, yes, but it might actually go haywire if they're not being careful, because these two guys can fight back. YOODO in the center and just knock on Infinity player, but we're back towards a team that's trying to get themselves in the top 8, but high chance they might actually ended up getting the top 8 anyways. But Sam9, oh boy! Perfect nade! What a perfect angle by Mela.
Oh, that is it. UI down for the second time. Dep behind the door, reviving UI again. So let's see here. Dep. Oh no. Oh no. That is it. That is probably going to be it for Sam9. Oh, the Molly will not help. Great timing by FaZe Clan to cross that Molly, and now Dep is going to get no help. Dep, he got one. Dep is still in this game, but Dep, the moment he showed himself up there, eliminated by FaZe Clan.
For FaZe Clan, they need to move now. One man knocked down despite they are blinded by smokes, and well, they did some damage on the side of Sam9 towards the side of FaZe Clan, but it's gonna be 2v2, V3 of YOODO. Will this be their first ever chicken dinner? They got the advantage, they got the center of the circle, and they got the manpower now. Can they just seal the deal?
So top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Performance by YOODO so far in terms of placement, and Adeboy gets a nice noise of FaZe Clan. Adeboy not letting him cut across at all. FaZe Clan is somewhat within the circle. They should still have the space to reset.
Down to one person, FaZe Clan with Mela. YOODO, well, they do have very healthy players, while Infinity not so much. Logan still need a bit of first aid. I'm not sure if they can find any for him. But the Blue Zone's kicking in, and this is gonna be a go time for Infinity. Like it, ready or not. Logan! The Blue Zone! I think he has to say goodbye for now for Logan.
Well, looks like he will still try his best to crawl into the inner side, while YOODO will need to leave the shack as well. They created a smoke bridge, and they're going to put focus on the Mela for FaZe Clan, but they also need to be aware of the presence of the Infinity. Now raining this down to YOODO.
And tossing it around the small shack, triple nade, making for the rain of nade. It's real, the nades galore. YOODO, despite they got the numbers, they got the men, but they are losing them one by one. Logan finally being knocked out for such a long time. Tiger X trying to go in for the push. Where is FaZe Clan? They're not opening fire yet. Oh, now here goes Mela.
Now it's Mela against the world, 1v2. Can the Starman of FaZe Clan pull it off? Jump on the left side, and again on the right. Oh, that nade was so close! And YOODO to score the chicken dinner finally!
What a long journey for them. Finally got the debut for chicken dinner of the day, and the first Malaysian team for today to score the chicken dinner. And YOODO, they will have a bit of a tiny bump later on when it comes to the scores, but I think it's still not going to be enough. But at least we can see things are slowly creating momentum for this team.
YOODO 0-2. Could it be too late for them to calculate the overall scores in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen? But finally, they scored their chicken dinner. This could give them a slight hope in order to break into the top 8. We need to look at it overall later on. But score-wise, 9 eliminations, so that's 19 points for YOODO 0-2.
Kit, damage-wise, definitely one of the highest at around the high end there, where side of jumper as well. And not so much coming up from Fredo. I assume that he's playing more to a support role and try to scout things out. That's why he got eliminated quite early. Well, Adic Boy, that's quite a decent damage as well. Overall, the damage of all the players accumulated is quite a high one at the same time. But finally, YOODO 2, I hope they can keep this going and not just drop it the next one, because it feels like finally they found their footing.
Yeah, so YOODO 0-2. Well, it is still week. Well, irregardless, if they don't go through to the Super Sunday, it is still week 1. Who knows? This could be the start for their campaign towards week 2 and week 3 as well. You pointed it out. Kid has the most damage, so he is awarded the MVP. 3 eliminations, 896 damage, 389 damage received, 40% team contribution, and 27 minutes 44 seconds survival time with a good amount of headshots here, 30% for Kid.
One of the highest headshot percentage, if you ask me, across all the days in week number 1 here. Well, YOODO 0-2, their firepower and their precision is astoundingly well, but it's just their strategy and their team play still need a bit of syncing up to do. That's what we're looking at right now. They need to work things out, how to strategize and work well as a team. But for match recap, YOODO 0-2, FaZe Clan, Infinity, and Sam9. Sam9, where do they stand by end of today, and where is NKT in the overall rankings?
Ooh, this is what we want to see, right? I mean, that is why the chart is just so tight there. There are so many teams that can overtake each other for the top 8. But for sure, FaZe Clan is definitely in the top 8 since they eliminated Sam9, and they got more than 10 eliminations in the previous round. So FaZe Clan, this is a good round for them. Plus, they got a second place finish, so that adds on to their points collected in this round. Infinity, they joined the 100-point club, but that's about it.
Surely it's going to be a comfortable zone for the side of Infinity, Vampire, XERXIA as well, and even PIGMY perhaps by the end of this round. But also when it comes to the teams at the very bottom, how much of a gap it is still doable with 2 more maps to go. But before we head into the Rama, let's head into the chicken dinner for YOODO 0-2.
Though it looked like a straightforward rotation for YOODO to get into the circle, but they need to manage the other visitors inside of Saferni to get this chicken dinner. So it's 19 points for YOODO. Other than that, FaZe Clan came in with a whooping 12 eliminations to bring them 18 points. And the Infinity was having a good outing, still managed to get 10 points.
Now, FaZe Clan known to be the last-minute party pooper for all the other teams out there, making a surprise for us every single time with a double-digit elimination. And YOODO too, despite we question why did they get out of shooting range, and this is the reason why they're aiming for the chicken dinner. But for the second page, the only team with a 0, this is a good sign. At least not many teams ended up with a 0. But sadly for Crip VIP, tough run today.
Yeah, even for GEEK fam, only 1 point. Another team that's actually desperate for points to be in the top 8. But with the remaining 2 rounds, we gotta see the overalls, like how far are they. But just rough calculation, I would say that the GEEK, if they don't score big next, then it's probably a holiday Sunday for them.
Yeah, but at least the good point, I agree. At least they get to rest on Sunday and trying to go back to the drawing board and realize what mistakes need to be rectified before they're heading into week number 2. But Vampires, they want more. They got 130 points. I mean, like, they're definitely floating up there. Same goes for the side of Infinity. XERXIA might join in with triple digit. Just 1 more points away, but they are the only team without any chicken up there. Whilst PIGMY will join in the Super Sunday as well. Sam9, this is the number 78. We don't see any NKT teams up here. This means they're being pushed down on the second page.
Oh, just 1 point between Sam9 and NKT. My goodness. And NKT needs 2 points because Sam9 has the chicken dinner. So they would have the advantage in terms of tie breaking. But for MORPH, they are 8 points away from Sam9. Also not too far away. For Team Secret, 12 points against Sam9. So still doable with the 2 rounds. But for GEEK, 53 points. They have to come up big next round. If not, the last round will be just a preparation for week 2 for them.
And I assume the teams that are actually in the top 8 also will gain minimum 5 points for the next few rounds. So that's going to be a lot of hustling to do for the teams at the very bottom. For YOODO Kid and FaZe Clan Mela, when it comes to damage output, you have to give it more to a side of Kid. He did a lot of job just now, and team contribution wise, it's more to a side of Kid. But Mela, he dropped the golden nade. That's giving up so much opportunity for the side of FaZe Clan to push and to get those high frag eliminations.
You can absolutely always count on Mela when push comes to shove. And with that, FaZe Clan collected the most damage in this round, 2,428. While YOODO with the chicken dinner, 2,042, so not too far away from FaZe Clan. But for Sam9, Desperado for points, 1,770 damage. That also pushed them up until the top 8 as of now.
Sam9, they need to play it safe if they want to get themselves in the top 8, because they cannot afford to take the risk of early fights later. But for Infinity, I have to say they're pretty much comfortable up there as well. But next we're heading into Miramar. This is where all the frags are going to happen here. And also when it comes to the final Miramar, things get even crazier than the last Rango. That's where we get our record-breaking moment again. But for the side of Sam9, I assume that they will play it quiet for a bit until top 6 and top 5. If they take the risk, if it's working right, it's going to be big for them. If not, well, MORPH and also Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken, MORPH and NKT can easily just overtake them anytime.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to play safe, they can, but they also have to pray that the teams below them don't come up big as well. So it's really a how should I put it? It's cost evaluation, risk evaluation. Yeah, that's the right word. It's going to be a risk evaluation for them. If they do that, what kind of expected outcome? If they don't do that, and what, and so on and so forth. There will be so many things going through their minds now, and it's probably helping or maybe not. I mean, there's so many scenarios to this situation, right? The fact that we're going to move on to Miramar, it's going to be a new map, and obviously these teams, it's the first time that we play with this set of teams. So that means that inside of Miramar, at least as a start, it's hard to tell what might happen.
Yeah, for the coaching staff, especially coming up from the side of Sam9 with little time they actually have left to just re-evaluate, like you mentioned before, whether they should take the risk to fight or just play it safe for a bit. They have to decide in an instant because they don't have that much time to reset themselves even. Hopefully this gives them enough the boost of morale to keep it going and push forward. But for the side of MORPH, I assume they will not sit quietly on their hands as well.
Yeah, for sure, because MORPH, they did not collect that many points in the last Erangel match. So this round, they really have to do the business here. They're 12 points behind 7-9 the last we saw, and also if it happens to be the same amount of points, 7-9 will still have tiebreaker advantage against MORPH. So they need to collect 13 points as of now, that is. And they have to consider the fact that 7-9 will continue to collect points in the following rounds.
Depends whether 7-9 want to go make it or break it time, but more than NKT. Now NKT, they're pretty much balancing out when it comes to their fragment power and try to get those eliminations and position points as well. That's why they are one of the teams in the top 8 right now. So as long as they can try to get the best case scenario for both for all three teams, NKT, 7-9 and MORPH, if they can actually be the third party of any fights between the other two teams.
Yes, so it is crunch time. 2 more games to go. And it's getting real nervy here for a lot of these teams. My goodness. Oh man, and the teams they seem to be prepped up for the next round. And GEEK fam, one of those teams that if they want any chance, this round they have to come up big. Chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations. Hopefully whatever that Snipes mentioned during the starting interview, they plan, it will work out for them. So it looks like we also have a substitution for YOODO Alliance. Leon, welcome back to the lineup.
Speaking of big, YOODO Alliance might actually try to score big as well. Another swap here. Zay and Hazel is back in. It shows that Hazel needed here. He took a break for a bit, maybe for this one particular reason, which can be the last 2 maps. And when it comes to MORPH, we can assume they're going to go aggressive because right now they cannot afford to play it safe. And also NKT at the edge of it as well. So these 3 teams, if there happens to be clash early, Cloud, now that's going to be interesting.
Ooh, yes. Just like what we saw earlier on, right? 7-9 and FaZe Clan. That was an interesting fight because the stakes are high for the both of them. But after all that, you know what? 7-9 and FaZe Clan, they were both at top 8. And that's a real thanks to NKT, and MORPH did not do really well in that round. So this time, what will be the storyline? I mean, there's so many teams that could impact the borderline top 8.
There's so many possibilities as well. Whether they're willing to take a risk or they want to play it safe, or whether they're just gonna go crazy without overthinking themselves. Because we do know overthinking will actually be very counterproductive for the last 2 maps here. Who will play tomorrow? Who will take a break? Now, nobody wants to take a break on Sunday, but everybody wants to take a break on Saturday.
Oh, of course. And we already got our 8 teams who are being chilling right now, just watching the game, just waiting for the game tomorrow. And they will need to wait and see who will join them before they can truly evaluate their strategies, considering that the charts are still changing as of now. So 7-9, we have them on screen. Let's see, will we have them on the chicken dinner screen as well as we jump into our first Miramar match.
Ladies and gents, this is going to be the first Miramar map, second last map for our last chance stage here. Who will march towards the Super Sunday tomorrow, who will have to bench and just watch everybody else getting their league points. Now we do have Puerto Paraiso up to La Cabrera for the flight path, but we've seen yesterday was slightly on Los Leones sort of circle multiple times of around water treatment, crater fields in between, has hit the patron sort of a circle. So do we have a different one this time, or will it almost be the same?
Well, we'll find that out in a little bit more. And also want to point out that yesterday's last game inside of Miramar, the circle was like down south of Los Leones. That was the epitome of D Xavier's comeback in that round. You guys gotta watch that again. That was an insane game to watch. But anyway, I am keeping my eye on to PA and NKT. They seem to be dropping close by, and potentially they might try to grab the same vehicles. That's where we may see first blood, depending on how far or what sort of weapons did they manage to loot.
Do they even have time to loot? Because PA might be spotted by Triple F, but he just took those vehicles away. But we might actually have a Chumacero circle. Now, if Chumacero seems to be the hotspot later on, we're going to see a lot of teams will try to either take the town of Chumacero or take the high grounds across Minas de Vel, might be XERXIA, or even the teams that are dropping down south near Patona. But for the teams coming up from northern side, they have to figure out how to get in as soon as they can, because the circle seems to be quite a distance for them.
Well, I want to point out the good news for Sem9. They are in the middle of the circle in Chumacera, so it's a good start for them. Good first circle. They should have a pretty decent start to the game. So that is something that they definitely need. NKT on the south side besides PEA. Looks like no clash between the two of them, and NKT will be on their way.
They're going to be having a great day for now. Nobody else is going to contest or challenge them quite early on. No early skirmishes yet. No scouters being spotted out by the other teams. Nobody being knocked down. XERXIA, they straight away going to Chumacera, knowing the fact that this is going to be the last few circle. Usually it's going to be around this area for the last few circle based on the pattern of this sort of circle. But LZ and the rest of them do have quite privileged loot, so that's not going to be a problem to share between themselves. But Roy, why is Noah here alone?
It's probably a random drop, and then he just loot around, and as long as Noah is okay, did not clash into anyone else, didn't really need to force himself into a fighting situation, that's absolutely fine. They can spread out, they can get maximum loot as individuals in a non-regular drop spot. It works for them. It's okay, I guess.
But personally, I feel like up to probably 5th place is not safe either, because of how small the gap is in between 10th up to 5th place. We're talking about less than 20 points. So within one map, that's something that can just flip over the other side for the teams up there. So for the side of even FaZe Clan, PEA, YOODO Alliance, this is not a safe bet yet. They have to gain more eliminations. So I can assume they will try to go more aggressive this time, especially coming up from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they just entered the top 8 from the previous round with a 2nd place finish. So they definitely need a little bit more insurance just to be sure that they will be in the top 8 by the end of the day. Because these 2 rounds, like what you pointed out, I would say that even Team Secret has a chance of still getting in the top 8. For Roy, maybe it's a little bit hard unless this round they come up big. But if this round they don't come up big, the next round probably don't mean much for them.
It's kind of true. Down to these last 2 maps to decide for the teams, down to 12th place, maybe even 13 to 14. But other than that, I have to say the one that 100% will having a tough spot here is going to be Creep VIP. Despite they got himself maybe around 20 points for each of the map remaining of our leftover Mirama here, it still won't be enough for them to get themselves the top 8. But at least they can try to find themselves the flaws that they need to work about before they're heading into week number 2. So it's not all lost for the team down there. They still can work things out, and this is the time for them to just fix whatever needs to be fixed and trying to come better when it comes to week number 2.
Yeah, you're right. At least if there's any silver lining to it, or any bright side to look at, it is week 1. So you still have week 2, week 3, and we have seen teams who do very well in, let's say, week 2, week 3. They didn't play week 1, for example, and week 2, week 3, they do pretty well. They could still be in the grand final. So we've seen that before in previous seasons. So it's not all loss for whoever who's not able to get into tomorrow's Super Sunday.
And it's not too detrimental if it happens in week 1, but if it happens in week 2 though, now that's going to be a big issue, because there's going to be a lot of pressure for these teams to fix everything by week 3. And also when it comes to next week, I think we have the reshuffle of grouping again. So that's definitely going to change a lot when it comes to the team's dynamic and the way they play in the game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of homework for the teams to do, and their homework will not be. They will not have much time to do their homework because once you're done with Sunday, you got 2 days, and 2 days sometimes it's like you wouldn't know, right? Because you don't have like in between a scrim. You don't normally do that in this sort of tournaments. You just chill, you just reset yourself. So it will be up to like whether whatever data that they have previously in. If the data does not change, of course, then that is the best bet of coming up with the best data coming to the first day of week number 2. And because of that, normally like the first few games of day number 2, that's where we'll see a lot of drops on Clash because the data isn't there.
We do have a cross our board here, Vampire Straps, and he did play fairly well here today. But for the Vampires, we do know for a fact they're pretty much doing very fine up there. But the thing is, they need to find the momentum and footing right before heading into Super Sunday tomorrow. But speaking of which, Cloud, they might actually not have time for the players to reset themselves when it comes to week number 2. But the coaching staff, on the other hand, definitely will not be sleeping at all for the resting day of Monday and Tuesday, because they will try to analyze as much as they can to make sure the players are prepared when it comes to week number 2. So when it comes to you guys giving support, don't forget to give some support and thanks to the coaching staff as well. They did so much work for the teams to be where they at here today.
Well, yeah, I guess that will be the big role that they will need to play during that time. So yeah, no rest, especially if you're playing a league like this. And this is only like 3 weeks plus the grand finals. Imagine if like the league is like 2 months long. It would be insane. I mean, even like 3 weeks or a month in total of this tournament, it feels like forever for the teams. So like, by the time you reach week 3, you'll be like, when is this going to end? You know, it feels, you have that sort of feeling because, you know, it's just so exhausting to go through day by day.
The endless pressure for them, living day by day, like you mentioned, and when it's done for the tournament, they start to miss it because it's like, oh, we missed those kind of days. So the sleepless night happened to be, you know, one of the best moments as well. But speaking of moments, here we do have a couple of teams taking a bit of a blue zone. PIGMY, PEA will be migrating a bit later and way deep in the blue zone. But PIGMY and PEA pretty much very similar when it comes to their rotation and timing wise. They prefer to take in a bit of a blue zone at first just to be sure and clear that nobody else trying to stab them from behind. But the thing is, the circle shrinks so much right on top of Chumachera. PEA still on top of Patona, so they will take a bit more time, and lucky enough for them, when they want to head over to Minas del Sur, there's nobody else there.
Whatever they say earlier is summarized as the post-event depression. You kind of miss the moment at some point. But for now, they definitely won't be missing it. They have to go through it. It feels like torture to them, but you know, that's what they are here for. They're here to compete. They're here to put themselves in this sort of situation, and they know that this is the price to pay, and they have to put up a strong performance, not only for themselves, but also for the organization and also for the fans as well, who's rooting them from everywhere across the world. So we're going to see MORPH here, who has a lot of fans from the Indonesian region, definitely rooting for them. But they're going up against another Indonesian team, PIGMY.
It's not great. Both teams are eyeing up for the top 8 here, but PIGMY, they secured themselves in the top 4. Not so risky for the side of PIGMY, but for MORPH, definitely a big push for them, because they can gain 2 elimination out of this. And that's going to be already 2 in the back, while the rest of PIGMY, will they part ways? Definitely they are doing so, because they are quite surprised by the sudden ambush of the side of MORPH. Sure, he even knocked himself between the haystack, maybe a bit too panicky running away.
Gave away the points to MORPH, just like that, unfortunately. So playing the rest of the round with 2 players. Well, MORPH, they're definitely happy with 2 points cleanly taken away. And they edge a little bit closer to NKT at least, the next target to overtake.
NKT, 1 point difference. It's going to be so painful, Cloud, not able to get into Super Sunday due to that 1 point. That 1 point and a lot of what ifs that's going to kill the player from the inside. Now, you don't want to live those moments.
Yeah, the biggest 1 point disappointment that I've seen, at least in recent time, is in PMNC Indonesia. Kagendra, 1 point behind PIGMY. And PIGMY, obviously, they won it, and now they're in PMSL. If it's not because of that 1 point they would have gotten, we would have seen a different team instead inside of PMSL. And fun fact, even though they did not manage to qualify, all their players, well, they got disbanded after that, but all their players have a new life. So like Flyboy going to Boom and everywhere else basically across. So none of the players did not have a job after that. So it just shows that the quality of the teams inside the Indonesian region as well. Even though they're tier 2 teams, they have not made it into the professional scene or at least the PMSL scene, but that is how competitive and that's how good individual players are in the scene.
It's actually a good sign because it shows that there's more reason for high quality players to pop up from that region. Now the circle just happened to be shrinking quite generously in the center, right in the center of the road between Chumacera and the rest of the teams coming up from the north. We'll try to take some part of the north, waiting whether the street in between, that parting between this side of Chumacera, northern and southern side, or the top of Chumacera. But PA, they spotted NKT running around in circle, leaving Chumacera, but they might actually take the lower ground compound. But GEEK Fam is moving in the same direction from the Pam to Fire, or is it a blessing for PEA?
But Brian got knocked down and he seems to be bleeding out. He might be eliminated real soon. Not the situation that the 7-9 wants to put themselves in. And Brian's still not picked up yet. 7-9 depth. Ooh, Vehicle exploded by Grid VIP. Newbies will eliminate depth.
Oh, we can see troubles brewing for the teams that barely got themselves the top 8 here. Measy, PA is not safe either. They're down to only 3 players left. Well, GEEK Fam, they're quite far down there. 53 points with, 1 elimination for now, but they might block PA from getting those top 8 to be in the Super Sunday if they keep the pressure on to a side of XERXIA and YOODO.
Wow, both teams, GEEK Fam and PEA, both of them truly need the points still. And GEEK Fam, if they can pull off a big one this round, they give themselves hope of getting to the top 8 in the final round. Of course, that also depends on what happens. 7-9 utilize all the other teams at the bottom of the line. But now the focus is on PEA. With Audrey now, close quarters. Short volley tossed by both sides, and Audrey cannot enter the building yet.
Trying to flush them out. Slowly clearing the corners, trying to have a peek by jumping over just to see where the head of XERXIA is. XERXIA will respond with a smoke grenade. On the side of YOODO, also try to blind the openings for jumping and seeing them from the inside. Now YOODO definitely heard them climbing over, but XERXIA got caught by Eisen's nade. YOODO playing it blind, spraying over, but Eisen shot it down. PEA down to only 1 last player.
Ooh, that is going to be Blaze. So he will be feeling the blazing heat of the current scenario. Oh man, this is going to be tough for him. So he will need to hold on for play some points as much as possible now. Let's see how long he can do that. So far, based on his position, no other teams close by. So it should be okay. But it's still stage 3. And 16 teams still alive. So a lot more for him to hold on to. Looking at the next piece of the circle, a lot of teams already inside of it. In fact, everyone's inside. Let's see how far will the circle go. Shifts to the right side. So the big suspects here that have the circle. MORPH, important for them. Important game for them. FaZe Clan do have the circle as well. PIGMY have the circle. So some of the important teams at the borderline of top 8 having the circle now. As for YOODO O2, coming off a chicken dinner, finally they're not at number 16 or the last place in the overalls. This is the first time they actually came up of that number 24, number 16, and now they are at number 14 in the Saturday show. But for NKT, crashing out the Grid VIP. Here we go. NKT, they need the points, and they lost Triple F as the start. Newbie, and then he's gone well with a double knockdown back-to-back. Mr. Joe, the next one to fall. NKT, oh no, losing the plot to Grid VIP, and also FaZe Clan took on the guard. Newbies himself took out the other members of NKT, and they're out without any points. Oh man,
this is gonna be trouble
for them.
Here comes Sam 9 and KT just give it away. Will Sam 9 giving away their position as well. Rushing straight into Crave VIP after they're done with the NKT. Ayabru shot it down. Brian taking a bit of a trading. Oh, Brian, he shot one. Sam 9, they're trying to hold on to the placement points here. And also regarding their 8th position in the top 8. Newbies is down. Bill cooking up the nade. Brian switch over to UMP, reloading at the same time. But in the meantime, that is a loss. Now they're down to only 2 players left. Can they revive Kenny?
Pretty much in the same compound. It should be okay for them to revive Kenny, but they need to manage other teams passing by. YOODO also. And they're not able to stop jumper. Straight down by Yuhai, but the shot did not connect directly on the jumper.
Sam 9. Will they share the same fate as NKT? That's going to be tough for NKT. Can they catch up for the next one? They can afford to lose. Not even a point here, Cloud.
Not at all. They have to stay as far away as possible from the competition. Kenny spraying down Blaze. Blaze is the last man for PEA. Let's not forget that 50% of health left. With that minivan, the tankiest vehicle possible. But he put himself among all these other teams. But the good news is that he does have that house to stay.
Next, Infinity versus XERXIA. And it's going to be the safe team in second and third place just competing against each other. Well, GEEK fam is hovering around the corners down there. Well, we're still interested looking at Sam 9 because MORPH also is going to be the team that should be highlighted about. Can Team Secret now try to take over the placement points as well? Because if they actually just get more points than NKT, they do have a shot for the last map later.
Oh yeah, Team Secret, we still don't see them in action. We probably might see them soon since they do need the points. But now we're going to put focus on GEEK fam, who also needs those points. We're up against XERXIA. One knockdown to damn root by Megamind. And the Infinity from the inner side might have a little bit of interest after hearing that commotion. But going all in for it by Cartoony here onto lobby. Cartoony shot down instead by Megamind.
And the Blues are clipping them down bit by bit as well. It's just a lot of pressure towards the side of XERXIA. But on the side of Team Secret, they are in trouble as well. One player is being knocked down. GEEK fam, they need the points. They try to gatekeep them from advancing forward. But there's also Infinity. There's also YOODO too. A four-way war here between these 4 teams. Damroot taking on FaZe Clan Mela. GEEK taking on XERXIA. Plays the finish of Megamind. Oh, they are in shambles. XERXIA being eliminated at 0 points. But will it be enough for the points of GEEK fam? They scored 4 for now.
And GEEK fam needs all the points they can get. One player still down. That's going to be Damroot. And they're not out of it just yet. They don't have the circle at all. And we still have 3 teams in the same area.
Audrey trying to just pick out to see any sort of information he can get. FaZe, they already put themselves some parking in there for the safe zone, so they definitely got themselves the compound. But the other 3 on the other hand try to gain as much elimination as possible just to make sure they can just easily say we are confirmed to go to the Super Sunday, because right now the team's down to 12th place, still doable. MORPH on the other hand taking out Roy. Here comes Tony.
And he still managed to finish off Audrey in time with the last thing of valve. Can he heal up in time before the blue? It's out there. He should be able to. Man, the Infinity. They burst the bubbles of GEEK fam. Now only 1 player left. Oh.
None left. They have to settle down to actually getting only 4 elimination points, no position points. Now I have to say, they will they definitely cannot get into the Super Sunday at this point here. It's so tough for the competition. But on the side of MORPH, it's still doable for them. But Sam 9 Yuhai on the other end. And we have Roy in between who still have a shot. And it's but Roy down to only 2 players. Here comes the rush. MORPH Hazel coming in as the frontliner.
Yep, Molly toss on to the other side. Right on to Roy. Now Roy, they're pinned back by MORPH. Nate toss on to Roy. None of them connected just yet, but Roy's preparing their own nade to fire back onto MORPH. Hazel tosses his nade. Same goes with Zero as well. Look at the amount of pressure to Roy. No one now down to 50% of health. This nade could connect onto the members of Roy. It does! And vehicle blown up at the same time.
Down to 50% HP for both teams there, Roy, but the rest of more still have more players. They're still having a full squad. Hazel in the lead with 4 eliminations, but Roy eliminated somehow by Hazel's golden nade. Oh, Hazel, he definitely is a secret weapon, but Vampires is targeting them at the same time. MORPH, they cannot have a reset yet.
Here we go, 0 knockdown, Vampire Esports still wants to join on to the party despite them getting so many points already by now. Hazel, 10% of health left, flipping knockdown, nice nade by Tony K. And now Hazel, last man standing. Tony K, this nade should connect, and Tony K and Cole will eliminate MORPH. 6 points collected, not in the top 8 yet.
Swear to God, right now, Sam9 have a bit of sigh of relief because of no matter how we added up those elimination points, it will not be enough for the side of MORPH to overtake Sam9 at 78 points. They're having at 76 only. Now, Sam9, they need to take advantage of this by taking the lead even further up because NKT and MORPH still can chase the heck out of them for the next Miramar map. But can they do it since there's so many teams around them, including YOODO? YOODO, they are on fire right now.
YOODO 02 still with full squad, and they managed to take down Moment from afar. Still at the middle of the circle, so it's defensive time for YOODO 02. With a full squad, will definitely help them to defend multiple corners in the circle.
Jump up. You definitely see a couple of picks of heads up there. We can see so many crispy sprays out there. They never stop spraying these guys. Anything that moves, they start spraying. They're not even tapping it out. They're just gonna keep on spraying. Fredo still have abundance of bullet down there. Mel and the rest of FaZe Clan, they are popping out the smoke. While Team Secret, do they still have a shot? Team Secret, before this, they're being knocked down by Vampires from afar, but managed to reset themselves back up to full squad. But Vampires now taking a shot at Sam9, and they fought back. Yuhai managed to shut down on Newsy.
Sam9, 5 points collected so far. They are dominating and they move up the charts. It's also interesting to see what will happen to Team Secret because they have not started collecting any points yet, and we don't have them on screen as of now. But for Sam9, they should be A-OK still, despite having a lot of other teams around them, but everyone has their own compound.
Now the compound is just too close next to each other. You don't want this sort of neighborhood when it comes to their stage number 6 right now, which is less than 2 minutes away for the next stage. They have to figure out how to flush them out. Stone trying to take out the last player of PEA, I assume. Yes, YOODO Lions still having a full squad. YOODO Lions being pushed down here. Sam9 goes up back 6th place with their 6 eliminations, still having a 3-player squad. 3-player in their whole squad. YOODO 02 spotted out. VIP, that's the last player, was it?
Yes, that is not the last player though. So they are still having a duo. Well, finally we see Team Secret on screen. Okay, they're going to come in from the right side and they have TODAK to deal with, but Break is currently down. But despite breakdown, GEEK is still able to land a nade on the top.
That's gonna be the go time if they want to. Lynx is pretty low himself, down to 40% of HP, maybe less than that. TODAK is just too low for the HP. They're definitely not healthy. And Iftar also managed to heal back up. But GK, he needs to take covers. He's being exposed to YOODO Lions and PIGMY from the back line. Targets onto the side of Team Secret. They're hitting bullseye here.
Oh, it's not good for Team Secret now. But let's see what SOAS can come up with together with Break. Break is back up again, by the way. But for the other 2 members of Team Secret currently down, Break and SOAS don't know if they have the space to go and save their teammates. Might not be the case since they still have TODAK to deal with. They almost got one. And they finally land that elimination out to Lynx. But looks like they're still going for the save for the other 2 fallen teammates.
PIGMY being such a nuisance to the side of Team Secret right now. Stopping every move they can actually get those frags. But eliminated next is going to be Infinity, but that's going to be the top fraggers and top on the chart. But back to the side, TODAK versus Team Secret. This is where things got heated up. Down to a last player Break. And Cleon drop a big nade at that. And PIGMY just helping TODAK in the way. While the one that actually desperate for the points is going to be Team Secret. Slowly, their hopes being diminished by the moment we see the players bleeding out.
Yep, that is it for GK. Don't need to wait till he bleeds out. YOODO Lions will be happy to pick up the point. Now leaving only Break alone, and he does not circle at all. In 5 more seconds, the zone will start to close, and he does not have a working vehicle with him. It's probably going to be the end of Break now, unless a miracle can happen.
He got nothing left with him. Not just the vehicle, no vest, no helmet, shredded almost entirely that level 1 vest and helmet. No troubles, no smoke, 1 first aid. That's it. He has to work with that 1 first aid to make the miracle happen. But if he's being patient, he might could do something out of it. But back to a side of PIGMY. That 2 player, Jabrankin and Achul, giving a bit of pressure to a side of FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they really want assurance that they will be in the top 8 regardless of whatever that is the outcome of this map. They want to get those eliminations up and in the 90s.
Yeah, they already scored 90 points as of now. Wouldn't mind adding a little bit more points just as an insurance policy. But for Cleon, ooh, knocked down by Stone from Vampire Esports. From the northern side, last play for Vampire. Break! As what we expected, take it up on its own. Team Secret, only 1 point. The last round is going to mean a lot for them.
Not just them, MORPH and KT as well as PEA. This is opportunity for them to just open up the stretch of the gap. But they're not having any eliminations, so I assume they will heavily rely on the position points. But TODAK on the other hand, quite a far-fetched team to be in the top 8. But this is pretty much the momentum maker for them. They finally find their footing, but never mind. If Toppy, it Blaze taken down on 1 and Stone being charged in. What were they thinking for Tom?
Wow, nice defense by Stone. Understandably, because TODAK, they need to get across the road anyway. So now, Stone will try to defend it against them. 1v1, captain versus captain. Stone with a molly in hand. He'll probably use that. Nope, he's going to focus on his M4. Switches back to a molly. He's going to try to flush out Lam, and he will make that move.
Oh, at least he's just moved away slightly towards the other position, but Stone will charge him anyhow. Tom, where is the support fire coming out from the other end? Where is the TODAK? The other cover fire is not opening fire at all. Stone is in an open spot. Cleon couldn't spot him out due to the uneven terrain. What a spot Stone selected for himself.
Man, and what an individual play by Stone. Very swift on his feet, very quick thinking as well. YOODO 02 defended their ground against FaZe Clan, eliminating them. At number 9 with 3 eliminations, YOODO 02 collected 4 points so far. Doing so far so good with the defense.
Interesting parking spot selected by YOODO 02 players. A very rare scene indeed, but back to a Sam9. Now Sam9, they want to just assure themselves got the top 8 here because next is going to be hectic. Now Crit VIP built inside with a Vector. Sam9 can he ask taking this second level while you are on the ground floor. Here comes hello and surprise and getting on 1. Oh, Bill almost got the clutch.
Oh, almost got it. Well surrounded by the other members of Sam9, and the follow-up happened quickly. And with now Sam9, 8 points collected this round, they still have the circle, and now they have this whole house for themselves to reset.
YOODO Alliance, Sam9, and last play of PA Blaze.
Definitely right. No, not yet. But
stolen away.
Stolen, like what you said. Man, Blaze could have got it.
So close, man. It's all about that 0.1 millisecond that makes such a big difference. But PA down to 1 player. Blaze trying to hold on as long as he can. At least he got himself some placement points. But Fredo and YOODO 02, they want to go for the top 8. They're still trying. While Sam9, they're trying to solidify. YOODO Alliance still having a full squad. High chance YOODO Alliance have this shot, but jumper. What a nade!
It's also an all-Malaysian finale, ladies and gentlemen. UI currently down on his knees. Kenny is the only member still active for Sam9. And Blaze trying to take advantage of him. But Jumper, the moment he comes into the corner. Kenny is waiting for him, and he will be eliminated by Kenny. Fredo now is going to be the last member standing for YOODO to 1 last thing of Valve. Close one for Fredo.
On the side of PA, he tried to steal away those eliminations, managed to knock down, but didn't get those points of elimination in the last minute. But YOODO 02, they almost got themselves a double chicken back-to-back, but they have to settle down at 3rd place. Now, YOODO Alliance, there's no way you cannot secure this chicken dinner.
Yep. With Sam9 pinning down to the corner, and the blue putting pressure onto them. YOODO Alliance well spread out as well. There's almost no way for 7-9 to get this chicken dinner. Let's prepare the graphic for YOODO Alliance as Adeluk gathers the information. He sees you high, but he's playing the patience game because they know they have the blue advantage. Oh, Jimmy?
2v2. Make it out. They look on the second floor and they secured it, and it's a sure win. YOODO Alliance, what an interchangeable top 8 today, Cloud. What a tight match.
I was half worried when I saw Jimmy OB went up to the zone. I was like, okay, is that going to be a plot twist? But okay, no. Leo and Adeluk got it. And they scored another chicken dinner for themselves, and it is against 7-9, but still 7-9 getting a second place together with a good amount of eliminations, which should still be good.
That was really close for the start of YOODO Alliance. If you know, you know, okay? If you know, you know. But speaking of which, the all-Malaysian finale, we got to see the rise of the Malaysian team in the very last minute of the last chance stage here. With 500 over damage coming up from the side of IQOO and Olia, they're working hand in hand. Now Leon, I have to say, he's giving so much good support from the back line as well. But the throwables, he's actually tanking quite a number. But if you look at it, look at this, so much work. His damage received is actually almost similar to his damage dished out.
Yeah. And this is the Adeluk that I believe a lot of fans would miss. The guy who's able to come up with a lot of damage, and he comes in with as the MVP. 5 SEU damage, 520 damage received. Like what you point out, it's very close. Though with one elimination, he did a lot of work for his team, and his other teammates finished off the opponents, and at the end of the day, it's still points collected for YOODO Alliance.
I realized one thing about the Malaysian teams when it comes to their precision and efficiency of using their weaponry. They're pretty much one of the top in when it comes to getting those headshots. But it's all about the teamwork. They still need to work out their strategizing, need to go back to the drawing board to make sure they don't come in the very last minute like today. But for the top 4 team here, YOODO Alliance, 7-9, YOODO 02, Vampires still scores them. They're squeezing in the last minute. Vampires, I mean, this is Vampires finally rising up, and also, you know, the ties are up there.
Though we have a top 4 Malaysian finish earlier on, but like what you pointed out, Vampire Esports is not missing out in the top 4 in terms of points collected. So they are up here together with YOODO Alliance, 7-9, and YOODO 02. So 2 rounds in a row as well. YOODO 02 did well with the chicken dinner, and now it's in the round. But let's check out the best moments here brought to you by YOODO Alliance's chicken dinner. Well, looks like we're going to get 3 Malaysian teams up there with a double digit, and Vampire at number 4 with 8 points collected. So it was good VIP at number 5 with 7 points collected, but still they were one of the top 4 teams earlier.
I have to say this is the best round for Crit VIP so far. We haven't seen them in first page here for a long time. But PEA, they still managed to secure 1 eliminations in the very last minute. That give them a bit of contribution towards the point. But they are in the red. So we do know for a fact from this 8th place, probably 8, 7, I'm not sure, 8, 9, 10, 11, probably even 12 is quite close. We can see the frustration of Team Roy before this, that they were devastated when they're being executed just now. But where do they stand for Team Secret and Roy? Is it still within the reach for the top 8 by end of today?
Ooh, we need to look at the overalls, but in general, it's not looking good for Roy. It's not looking good for Team Secret with only 1 point after all that action. And KT, no points at all. Oof. Those are some of the top contenders here. So FaZe Clan, 3 points collected. Although it's not that much, but it's also because the teams below them got eliminated earlier. And this is the top 8 as of now. So the golden number, 87, PEA. Can they still hold on to the last game?
Well, the top 4 already breaking the 100 up to possibly the 7th place after this. So the 100 mark must be on the top 8 here. If you want to reach to the top 8, the 100 point is going to be crucial for whoever plays themselves, or even close, like 98 or 99 or even 95 and above for the 8th place. I have a feeling PEA, when it comes to 9th place, is not going to be that big of a gap. Definitely less than 10 points there.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be tight. I can't wait for us to flip the screen. 87, ladies and gentlemen. 87, okay. Oh, it's 10 points. Oh, 10 points for NKT. MORPH, 11 points. And then you got Team Secret with 20 points. Okay, Team Secret is going to be quite a stretch. But for MORPH and NKT, yeah, this will be the 2 teams that we will need to highlight coming to the last game.
I don't think... I mean, can they do the Xaviers in the very last minute as well? Because they did yesterday. Can they pull that one out for NKT and MORPH?
That's the big question that only they can answer for us. If I were to look at the numbers further, NKT only 9 eliminations, MORPH 14 eliminations. So in terms of the firepower department for today, MORPH, they seem to be having this strategy of trying to get as many eliminations as possible. As for NKT, they want to play a little bit more safer, but because it's the last game and they are 10 points behind, still, they need to change their strategy to play a little bit more aggressive to get elimination points. And even better if they get eliminated like Sem9 or other teams at the borderline.
I feel I want to rewind that for a bit just to see the placement points, because that's going to be the tiebreaker if NKT and PA happen to be at a tie spot as well, because none of them getting those chickens. But for YOODO Alliance and Sem9, we have this comparison, but well, that was fast. I didn't even say it, but you guys saw the numbers. But last map, Miramar Cloud, this is gonna be hectic. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be explosive.
Okay, if it's the same points between PEA and also NKT, PEA actually has the chicken dinner in hand. Assuming that NKT did not score the chicken dinner in the final game, of course. So, yeah, a slight advantage for PEA for now, but unless NKT scores the chicken dinner. But if they score the chicken dinner, then maybe by points they will overtake PEA.
But NKT, we saw they took a risk just now trying to get those eliminations. It didn't turn out what they expected to be. It just happened to be their most miserable moment for them as well. I'm not sure if they want still to go aggressive, because there's too much at risk and too much at stake down there.
So this is the thing that they need to weigh, right? Unless somehow they want to try to challenge the drop spot of PEA. Okay, if we look at like objectively, right, when it comes to firepower, overall we're talking about, I see that NKT probably has better firepower than PEA, because PEA, they are not fans of taking early fights, and they know that's why they avoid early fights. So maybe NKT, if they are really that desperate, they can have the option of trying to gate crash PEA at the starting of Miramar.
But the thing is, it's so hard to catch PEA. They're so smart at hiding themselves and finding those awkward angles that nobody's trying to consider to pick. And remember the store moment, like the very small shack storeroom behind before. They did that before. And also they're so good at playing third party, because Last time we saw them, even though they are not aggressively initiating fights, they're so good at picking over and stealing over those eliminations from afar. Now it feels like a cat and mouse moment, because NKT is the mouse while MKT is the cat, while PA is like so good being the mouse, hiding unnecessary fight, just avoiding the conflict entirely, free from the start.
True, and that's why maybe as the cat, you don't want to let the mouse go from the start. So you challenge them in that dot spot. So because we have already played the first Miramar, with this grouping, they would kind of have an idea of like, okay, where PA might be. And last we saw PA, they were all the way down south. And okay, and just to add on to the point, right, now that I remember, they first dropped like kind of next to each other. So NKT, they can possibly try to take out PA at that very start, now that they of course have the data from the game 1.
But at the same time, they have to weigh in the stakes at hand, because we do know NKT, if they botch this last round, that's going to be nada Super Sunday for them for this entire week 1. So I think whether they take, it would be fun if they really take the risk and try to just crash into those compounds early on. But also don't forget about the other teams that love those fights though. We don't disregard regarding 7-9 and also like MORPH. MORPH is another wild card that nobody can actually know what they actually will think, because sometimes they are hot and sometimes they are super cool. So MORPH is a team that everybody should look out for as well.
Yeah, MORPH a little bit more firepower in their department as compared to NKT. So this is where they really need to maximize their firepower. Of course, I'm talking based on the stats. They had more eliminations than NKT. For them to do that, yeah. Ideally, of course, if they eliminate like the closest contenders, NKT and 7-9, and also PA, teams like this. But for them to do that, they have to take out so many teams. At least for NKT, like, okay, you only need to kind of aim for PA, but for MORPH, you need to work a lot harder to either hope for those teams to be eliminated by somebody else, or you yourself eliminate them, and the journey is going to be a bit more difficult. At the end of the day, I don't have a strong opinion on like, okay, whether they should really play like aggressive from the start, or whether they should hold on for the later stages like what Xavier did yesterday. Because it's really down to the comfortness of how the teams or the players would like to play.
Yeah, how confident they are to take the fights early, or will they willing to just risk it all the way and just don't think too much? So how about we ask the viewers sometimes, you know, we want to know what you guys think when it comes to the 8th spot for the final slot in the Super Sunday tomorrow. Who do you prefer to take the slot away? Is it going to be PA? Is it going to be NKT? Or is it going to be MORPH? Or is it going to be a different team entirely that nobody actually talks about right now?
Yeah, although we're from the future, and we'll probably only know that once the game is already towards the end. But yeah, definitely leave in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, who would you like to see in the Super Sunday tomorrow to join up the top 8 giants? And it will be really interesting to observe as well whether Indonesia can add to their count as well if MORPH somehow goes through.
Yeah, I do want to see for tomorrow's Super Sunday, since we do see Malaysian teams and the Thai teams start to warming up to this entirety of the tournament of a summer split, PMSL 2024 now. Since we see such a big difference from the first few days of the league stage and the grouping stage before this, now finally they start to gain their momentum. Some of the teams, like even YOODO 02, start to brew up their chemistry pretty nicely in the very last minute here. Will things change regarding their performance on Super Sunday? Will the Indonesian teams already up there, especially because like what's out of 8 Indonesian teams, 6 already up there? So are they prepared to see any surprises by the teams that's competing here for the last stage?
But the best part about their preparation is that they can chill and watch the game, and they can take notes on the side, while everyone here who's playing cannot do that. They can only, like, I don't know, after everything is done, everything's locked in, only they can look at the entirety of the game and prepare themselves for tomorrow. So it's shorter time for the teams playing the last chance as compared to the teams that have already qualified. I also want to point out another fact is that now that PIGMY is pretty much secure onto the grand finals, only MORPH now from Indonesia is left out. And if you're from the same region, you'll be like, I don't want to be left out of the party, but you know what? You have to work it out. None of the other Indonesian teams can do anything to help you. So all the best more from the other Indonesian teams as we go to our final game. Here we go.
Now, you mentioned that point that was sound opinion. Again, coming out from the side of MORPH, this must be their very motivational reason to have that drive, those desperate drive to be the only Indonesian team not able to go into the Super Sunday. That's gonna be the most, how do I say, miserable, emotional feeling that you don't want to go and have to go through that. So they definitely want to go their best and try to push whatever they can, pushing their limits to make sure they can join their compatriots towards the Super Sunday tomorrow. But at the same time, it's a double blade sword. If you're actually being too reckless, being too aggressive early on, it might actually bite you back in the back.
Well, that's why, frankly speaking, I don't have a strong opinion about what they should do or what they might do. It's really up to them. And if you look at like the early jobs, okay, we did talk about like NKT being them. So, okay, NKT, well, they must trade, and that's because of the flight path. PA, nowhere on the south side of Los Lourdes or Pamplona, so they changed that job. So maybe the top of their head is that, oh, what if NKT tries to find us? So that's why they changed that job. So going all the way up north. And PA right now, all they need to do is just to survive above NKT and MORPH, and they're pretty much done.
And speaking of Los Leones, South Los Leones Circle, this might be another one, Cloud. We had it yesterday, we might actually have it again today. But also trying to do a bit of a correction. PA does not have any chickens here yet. So there's a high chance the 9th placement team will have a tie as well. But the one that actually make a difference will be the placement points.
Oh no, we didn't talk about MORPH. Oh no, losing Hawk at the very beginning, and it came from PIGMY. Ooh, coming from the same region, that stings a bit more.
Stings so much more. And
Oh,
not
zero.
just that, GEEK fam taken out of MORPH as well. Oh no. Seems very dim. There's no more. Very, very small candle by the end of the tunnel for MORPH right now, leaving only 2 players left. This is heavy casualty, not even a minute into the map here.
And it's not like MORPH can afford to play absolute passively. But with 2 players, they might be forced into that situation. But when it comes to points-wise, they cannot. They have to find elimination points. If not, then that is it. MORPH will sit out of tomorrow. But that would also, of course, be good news for NKT, because they don't need to worry too much about MORPH now.
But the best bet for MORPH right now, what they can really do, just trying to collect as much hand grenade as possible. Save it up, wait it until the top 4, top 5, and just keep tossing it out and leave nothing at chance. That will be the best bet for them to secure those eliminations from afar, or just cleaning up the entire team, the opponent's team, easily. The nade will be so crucial, because spraying, when it comes to this point with only 2 players, there's so much angle you have to cover, and it just feels almost impossible at this point. But it's doable still, but there's such a slim chance.
Yeah, what you mentioned is their best bet. So, I mean, the chances are really slim, like what you say, slimmer than me right now. So, I don't know about MORPH at this point. I guess, well, if I were to be really frank, I guess MORPH, they can prepare where they want to go and do sightseeing tomorrow.
At least they can go shopping. They can
And
go
buy
shop
Newsy's pants.
Yeah, and go. Yeah, they can ask Newsy where he actually bought his pants, or even Mormon possibly, because of the Thai. I mean, like, a lot of people actually went over to Thailand to buy their pants, because the pants is very comfortable.
Okay, I haven't been to Thailand yet, and nobody has ever bought me Thai pants. Well, if for some reason, you guys out there from Thailand listening to this, I've never got any Thai pants before. Just saying. But it reminded me about these pants worn by Nebreko yesterday when he had that interview. You know that black and white, and then there were like elephants on it. Yeah, that looked kind of comfy. I wouldn't mind getting a pair of that.
Those are the Thai pants that I'm talking about, not the one that the newsy version is different type of it. But those are the usual pants that people buy. They're so comfy, they're so airy, they're very light as well. But yeah, if you mentioned about you don't have anybody to buy, make sure that you tell them your measurement, because you mentioned about the chances for MORPH is slimmer than yourself, so they have to get that corrected for your measurement, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Team Seeker's points are a bit too far, but if they could score big, they could still. But with Soa's out, then maybe it's no longer a conversation.
Oh, Team Secret, multiple times they're having a tough spot when it comes to Miramar early stages. They had a shot early on if they have not been executed as early as the previous one. But it's still doable, because we've seen a lot of teams, even YOODO in the last Erangel map, where they lost Fredo early on, they still managed to secure the chicken. When it's a tree, it's still doable. But when it's a duo this early, you have to rely on the position points here.
I just want to give a shout out to the boss of YOODO, Takman. He's just sent me a sticker.
You got it as well?
Yeah. You know, whenever they score a chicken dinner, he has been absent for a bit. You know, I was expecting, like, you know, during the group stage, when YOODO scored the first one, I would expect a sticker, but maybe he was kind of busy at the time. So shout out to Takman as well. Thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for supporting the English broadcast, by the way. Love you guys out there, everyone.
I love them stickers. It's so cute, by the way. Every single time we get a new one, every single season we get a new one. I love that. Thank you so much, Tuckman. He's pretty awesome. But we have to focus on the next team. Now, TODAK, we do know for a fact that they're going to have a bit of a problem to get themselves to the top 8. But there's going to be a learning curve for them. And speaking of learning curve, the same goes for Roy, GEEK Fam, YOODO 2. YOODO 2, yeah, definitely YOODO 2. I think down to NKT and MORPH to actually make a difference here. But for PA, like you mentioned, they're not engaging early, so they're taking a lot of blue zone this time.
Yuhai's vehicle exploded, and now he's down on his knees. But 95 points for them to be caught by NKT. Semna is definitely through, because they need like NKT, MORPH, and Team Secret at least as of now to catch up to push them down to top 8, so they'll be fine. I think now the big focus is definitely still PA and NKT. MORPH, because they have 2 players left, so it's like So yeah, PA and NKT. Let's see who will be the one to seal the deal, the ticket to Sunday.
Yep, somebody have to pull the RIQ like how Nepeko did in the very, I think it was day number 3, if I'm not mistaken, where we had the highest elimination that time. Nepeko with 12 eliminations as in an individual, and as a team they scored 21. If somebody can actually pull that one out in this very last map, now that's gonna change everything.
Oh man, speaking of changing everything, right? What do you think about PA now? As in, like, they are tanking a lot of blue. I know that they definitely have measured their utilities to survive, but they're playing the super duper safe. And that means they use their utilities. And when they use their utilities, meaning that later on, they might not have enough utilities to survive if they encounter any other team.
I have a feeling they're actually coming up from the north, although we can't even spot them in the map right now. They're out of the map. Just how north can they get? I have a feeling they're just gonna go play the healing game while jump hopping regarding all the compound, just to find their first aids whenever they can, while trying to loot up all the hand grenades, because they do know they will try to get just at the right time into the circle at the top 5 teams. That's what they're aiming for here right now. They're gonna play super extremely safe, because if they eliminate it right now, there's no more chance for them to go to the Super Sunday. At least there's still a slim chance of hope they won't be overtaken with their position points right now. Despite of that, NKT, are they gonna make any actions early? Because we talked about NKT have to be slightly aggressive if they really want to be in the top 8 here.
Well, I think they can still do the Xavier. They can still wait to find a moment and come in. And imagine this, they just need to score a chicken dinner and they're good. But looks like a MORPH, they will lose Flippy. MORPH, one last player. That's pretty much it for MORPH. Let's see. Team Secret now needs to defend the compound with Rick and GK. The duo that's going to do it against Crit VIP. Anyway, it's going to be a tough round for Team Secret. It's, yeah, pretty much a serious scrim for them.
For Team Secret, they're still having a trio. Unless they pull out something that makes magnificently very big. Never mind, I just take that back. The Crit VIP newbies just having a shotgun, but burned off by the Mollies. Iron Pro on the rooftop, trying to find GK and Trung on the other end. Team Secret, things seems to be really rough as 4 players of Crit VIP surrounding them left, right, and center. But GK fought back.
Oh, here we go. GK from the rooftop being shot back at. 50% of health left. Trunks in. Reloading. Trunks shows himself and Trunks in. Lands the final blow onto the last member. Crit VIP out at number 16 with 2 elimination points. But anyway, for Crit VIP, they are definitely already out and they'll be taking a break tomorrow. Oh!
Hello, Vampires. Tony K, 2 for 1. What a discount day. And Tony K easily just not breaking any sweat. They don't even need any sprays. They just need that one nade from Tony K and it's a done job. But they're not done yet because YOODO Alliance are taking advantage from afar.
Oh, now Vampire Esports, they don't really need points, but yeah, it's more of like bragging rights and probably bringing the momentum to tomorrow for them. Now, speaking about YOODO Alliance, they are close by with other teams. So for YOODO Alliance, it's also pretty nice and comfy up there. So there's also another serious scrim for YOODO Alliance.
PA spotted by MORPH. Oh boy, straight execution for Meezy as well. Devastating for Kiddo. His partner being finished off by Hazel. But Hazel being knocked down. But look at the circle. FaZe Clan right in the center with Yuhai and the rest of Sam9. YOODO Alliance Jimmy still in between Vampires and Infinity. While XERXIA also clustered around NKT all the time. Actually clustered up together. While the others still outside of the circle. Left side is also clustered up. This is going to be a big mess, Cloud.
Here's the potential plot twist, right? NKT, they are in the circle. PA is not. And now we have them on screen. They're still tanking the blue. They lost 1 player. But they got 1 point though. So that's at least something for PA. But NKT in the circle. They could potentially do the Xavier.
TODAK taking out PIGMY. For PA, I don't know. They were so deep in the blue zone. How did that one player being finished off? Is he scouting what's in front and marking the perimeters before they actually get into the safe zone? And that's going to be the question. Hopefully we do have a bit of replay. But for PIGMY, Billboard is down. TODAK Tom is going to be the next contender. Jabranki tossing the nade in 3, 2, and 1. Toss it out. Tom heads up.
Oh, follow up by shots from Jabranki. But Tom is still alive. Jabranki needs to reload. Jabranki comes back in with M16. Turns back and Jabranki counterfired by Cleon. But Cleon is going to be the hero for TODAK, and he will save Tom in the process.
Close enough, because just now GEEK Fam was shooting from afar. Mika and Damro actually just scoping. They're trying to be the third party against TODAK, but TODAK, they're quite in the blue zone. Lucky enough, they are still in stage number 3. It's still healable, it's still savable, and it's still revivable. But back to the side of GEEK Fam, they're not willing to just stay too much in the blue zone. They might actually park themselves in the safe zone from the inside and gatekeep TODAK when they try to cut a crossover.
Yeah, might as well, since the blue is moving and the zone did move away from GEEK Fam quite far. Okay, PA now. This is our highlight team. Is still tanking the blue. Obviously, they have measured the necessary. I'm sure they are confident. But oh, they are passing by TODAK. Oh, this is going to be really interesting. Okay, Trexie, he evaded TODAK. Okay, that's one.
They have no clue what just happened here. Lucky enough, they are actually on multiple level of round, very different level of round. But the problem is taking the blue zone this deep. If somebody opened fire at the edge of it, because GEEK Fam is right on top of them. PEA, they have to make sure they cover themselves, and they got sprayed. Oh my, Mika spotted out Kiddo.
Oh no, okay. Oh, second time around. This time on the Trexie. Lucky enough for them. No knocks. Still A-OK in the circle. Oh, PA just next to NKT now. At the same time, the circle, how far will it go away from PA and NKT? Circle time goes to the middle. Both of these teams do not have it.
FaZe Clan still got himself. He got the remote control of the circle. Beep beep away. They got himself the center for FaZe Clan, XERXIA, Infinity, and Vampires. PA on the other hand, and NKT. My God, this is going to be the toughest one to get the top 8 because both teams are so close to next to each other. But YOODO too. They are trying to scout for any eliminations. Vampires taking out on YOODO Lines in trouble.
Schwabs fired back by Adelup. Looks like they're trading shots between the two of them. And Stone now again the last man standing. And Mr. Handsome Stone has to come in with an amazing play again to save his teammates. And not only good looks, but good skills.
Wow. You're definitely a big fan for Stone.
Yeah, thanks to Choo-Choo, right?
Oh, wow, me again. But Sam 9 on the other hand. Take a bit of jab against another team. But TODAK spotted out PA. Down to only 2 players. One bleeding out. Definitely not being saved down there. But PA, can they make it through? Because NKT is still having a full squad. But they're not making any actions yet.
Okay, they are rotating though. They have to decide to circle down to Geek Bam. Damru fires up with the god, but the god managed to get into the house. It's okay. Plus, we do have fire, support fire back onto Damru. So now Geek Fam, it's their game now to cut across.
NKT might be a bit distracted to the side of Geek Fam. At the same time, SEA and XERXIA seems to be moving towards the direction of NKT as well. But Geek Fam, they decided to part ways probably. TODAK is nearby. NKT, will they be able to hide themselves from all the eyes that are watching and just keep prying onto them right now? Mr. J, don't amplify. There's too many teams around them.
I just want to point out that PEA only has 2 players left. So NKT look at the elimination fee, telling themselves that they have a chance, they have a shot at the top 8 now. Still doing the Xavier. Xavier, if you remember yesterday, they only came out like towards the end. They played in the middle circle. They came out towards the end, and there were enough bodies for them to shoot to score. And they calculated it well. But for Geek Fam, now they have to calculate against TODAK.
YOODO to take it on PA. PA in trouble, down to 1 last player. Geek Fam on the other hand have to face the wrath of TODAK, but TODAK and Geek Fam both having a bit of exchange of blood down there. Tom cooking up the nade, Mika approaching, Audrey standing up, resetting himself, managed to negate the damage coming up from those explosion of those grenades. Mika going in straight in the face of Tom. He missed it, he whiffed it. Audrey coming in from flank side, ring around the Rosie, playing around the slopes over here. 2v1.
Aha! Fighting back. Look, it's clear. Okay, Audrey's gonna come in with P90. Audrey fires, Audrey shoots, but it's P90. Only 16 bullets left. Get this one to fight. It's clear.
Damn rude. Need to help Mika, but Tom is still not willing to go down yet. Link's gonna give support fire and cover fire from the back, but Vampires is there. Vampires is butting in. TODAK crammed down in between. Geek Fam safe by the hands of Vampire. Thank you so much, Vampires. The Geek Fam will definitely say that, but they're not done. Now Newsy aiming for the Geek Fam team as well.
The handsome vampire. I like that. I like that. I'll bring it to the table to ask them to create like that. His next jersey is like handsome vampire. Like, forget about Stone. But anyway, okay, circle time. NKT on the south side. Okay, still a full squad. And where is Kido? Okay, Kido is in the middle of the circle, so he's going to play the ninja game now again.
But NKT is still a lot of bodies for them. I feel like they're gonna pull the Xavier's. Definitely it. That's going to be a big problem for PEA because he doesn't have any firepower anymore. They have to be sure that NKT will be eliminated before they went down. But the problem is NKT, if they're being rushed in multiple angles at the same time, look at how so many teams around there, if they push forward, if they advance here without any points, it's still going to be a no point for them.
I had a second thought that I almost want to put in a plot twist. What if FaZe Clan goes out now or soon without any points, and then NKT and PA both went through and FaZe Clan pushed down to number 9? Because
oh
NKT
my god,
is
don't
now
do that!
13 points away from FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan fans, don't bash Sir Cloud. That actually doable. That's so doable. But with the firepower coming up from FaZe Clan, I don't think they're gonna sit it tightly unless they're being ambushed without being noticed. That's it. unless they actually put their guard down. But this is the point where nobody actually have their guard down. All walls up here when only remaining of 10 teams.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, based on realistic performance, I don't expect FaZe Clan to do that sort of boo-boo. But, you know, I'm just putting out the potential drama, right? Okay, all NKT needs to overtake FaZe Clan is, including the time is 1 chicken dinner with 4 elimination points. It's similar to what Xavier's position was yesterday.
Oh my god, don't do that. Vampire just had it yesterday. Now FaZe Clan have to face the same thing. Now that's gonna be painful. But that will be really a big plot twist. Imagine the memes by end of this day if that really happens.
Imagine how fun the finale of this round will be for us as casters. We'll probably get the same
That's
hype
true.
as yesterday. It will be insane.
More because it's going to Super Sunday.
Yeah.
That's the thing. There's no more second chance club. The Super Sunday is so important.
Oh yeah, true. It's going to be even bigger. But of course, if you want to be realistic, NKT is no Xavier. But no disrespect to NKT. I mean, they are here for a reason, and I'm sure they know what they're doing. Okay, they got one now. Izane gave the point away to NKT. Now they are the same score as PA.
Oh, they start taking actions there. Nobody spot them out. NKT, they pick the right target, knowing the fact there's nobody nearby. But I don't think they know. They're quite oblivious about the other team just next to them. While Vampires, I don't know, there's something wrong with the Vampires. They want, I think they want to get 200 points by end of today for some reason. But that's a good sign. That's a very good champion mindset coming up from the side of VPE. They're not slacking off. They are trying new stuff. But XERXIA and KT. Now, the circle is going to be the biggest solution for the teams that are in dire need for the points.
And you know what? If you're NKT, you'll be thinking to yourself, like, hey, Vampire, it's us that need the points, okay? You don't steal away any more of those points, okay? We need the points. But, okay, circle. I mean, Kido is still in the middle, so now it's NKT to collect the points.
Vampire, sit down. Okay, sit down.
Yeah.
Sit down, don't do anything. Let NKT do the job. Okay, it's not you to stand up. They have to stand up. But on the side of PEA, I mean, it's all about timing. Lucky enough for him, he got the circle, but NKT has to slowly advance. But since they already start to open fire just now, desperately need to get into the circle, and XERXIA already alerted regarding their position. Now that's gonna be tough, but kiddo, if FaZe just happened to walk by. Oh, Vampire, sit down. Definitely sitting down.
Yep, they sat down now. But yeah, they'll be not only sitting down, they'll be sleeping the entire night. Now all they need to do is just to wait for the game to end and yeah, enjoy tomorrow. But for Kido, praying so hard to everything that he could survive this. Okay, XERXIA on the NKT.
Make mine. Since they have the same score of eliminations right now for NKT and PA, this is gonna be the turning point here. XERXIA will be the one deciding the fate between these two teams. Honestly, it's in the hands of XERXIA, at their mercy right now. Can XERXIA just let NKT live, or will they shut down the opportunity to get into the top 8?
Obviously, XERXIA don't know that that's NKT for now until they find out that, oh, it's the team from my same region. Ouch. But YOODO 2 and Sem9 from the same region as well, from Malaysia. And let's see who will cancel each other with YOODO 2 on the outside of the circle. So this will be pretty much a fun match between the two.
Addict Boy, they got themselves a warehouse, now splitting themselves into 2-2 formation as Fredo Addict Boy trying to scout things out and find anybody from the outside. Dap on the other hand just gonna sit himself between the boxes. They are hiding themselves to have a bit of a surprise prepared for YOODO 2.
Okay, here we go. Jumper rushing in. Is he going to take the corner? Yes, he will. He fires first and Dap goes down.
A bit of a late reaction from Dap. Just staring at those boxes when Jumper actually see his back exposed. Now YOODO 2 in trouble, but Roy versus FaZe Clan. Kido still biting his nail, but Jumper is not moving.
Okay, somebody shot him from behind and he throws somehow. Probably in fear. But now Kid is dancing around this building. Going for a chase, going for a 1v1. Brian with the 1v1, but not a 1v1, 1v2. He got it. One more to go. Fredo picking up that nade. That nade.
Oh!
Fredo with the nade to Zeka Summer.
It's a bingo, and that was a perfect one, but they're not done. Oh, this is going to be an NKT. If they're cleaning up UDO 2, they got the scores. They might make a big difference here. 2 eliminations now. Spidey cooking up the nade. Finish off what's left of UDO 2. UDO 2, will they give the point for NKT to squeeze into the top 8?
Okay, the ship that TODAK circle, but not NKT, and now NKT will want to pick up the points out of UDO 2. Fredo is behind this box. Spider 10, knocked out by MZ for SERXIA. SERXIA still not letting go NKT just yet.
Sandwich in between two, between UDO 2 and NKT. Now they have to put on hold. Well, Fredo is going to be the last man standing for UDO 2. He will not take the risk. He knows for a fact that he's going to be alone solo-handedly dealing with NKT. Now he's waiting for XERXIA to open fire first. But where is XERXIA? Still behind them. They will gatekeep. But look at God. Cooking up grenade.
Okay. Alright. Over toss there. I mean, it's going to be hard to hit the angle. They have to go in for the close corners. The God. Looting up. He still has that time. Got to be careful of FaZe Clan as well on the hilltop. Now the God with an M4. Blue has arrived. He might want to let the blue flush out Fredo then.
Fredo knows exactly where God is.
Oh, he turned his back! He turned his back to Fredo! And now Fredo got the God. Okay, but that's by the time. He knows that Fredo is there.
Fredo pretty low himself, finished off by the side of FaZe Clan out of nowhere. What, FaZe Clan? Now NKT, they're down to only 3 players left. Mr. Joe pretty low, but XERXIA still not letting go the leash on NKT. They got their elevations, and NKT secured 3, but PA being eliminated. How things can work now?
Okay, let's see. Now all PA are on Infinity Esports. X, ladies and gentlemen, because it's that fragile for NKT right now. Now they're in the situation with XERXIA onto them. If XERXIA eliminates NKT right now, NKT will be out of Super Sunday.
They need to score at least 6 eliminations or at least more, because they need more than 10 points to make sure they can get themselves into Super Sunday. But Megamind, they just keeping it tight and pressuring on the side of NKT. There's no room to breathe. There's no room at all except for the pitch and valleys for the side of NKT to take covers from. But the blue zone will start closing in less than 40 seconds.
Oh man, there's a body for NKT. Okay, there is still, but they have to get a lot and a lot and a lot. Okay, here we go. NKT now onto the high ground where XERXIA is at. Nade tossed across them. But now the nades actually knocked down the members of XERXIA. XERXIA still holding solidly to the high ground.
Triple F. They have to be careful of FaZe Clan as well, but FaZe Clan a bit occupied with Infinity. Now the only one that's stopping the side of NKT to march is going to be XERXIA. And tying it down! Oh, see, they shut down. They're too close towards the Daisy and Mr. Joe on the ground. They know that's one knock. Will they go in for the rush? Here comes Lobby's coming in with a nade.
Man, and Megamind still has this high ground, but now they will need to be careful of FaZe Clan. Across the Mr. Joe taken out by Lobby. Oh man, NKT. 2 active players left. Lobby will go down to Mela. Megamind now needs to pick up his teammate. Triple F together with Spider 10 is still there. But the bodies are going away, slipping by NKT. I don't think they can make it now.
All ties finale again, but the problem is the one that really needed a point is going to be NKT. And all eyes onto NKT, down to 2 players. FaZe Clan with the 2 players, XERXIA with the 2. It's the battle of the duos. Triple F going in. He's hoping to land for more, but Megamind, he couldn't do with a reset. Going for NKT! Not enough.
Not enough. They only got 3 eliminations. So welcome PA to the Super Sunday. And now it's a matter of which team was going to find a ticket dinner for today, whether it's the Infinity, XERXIA, or FaZe Clan.
Questions answered for now. XERXIA is the bane for NKT. Out of all the 4 finalists for the Thai teams, the one that needed the most desperate of them all have to bow out first, with the high percentage of XERXIAs, with the most players on their side, and even got themselves quite a decent ground. Here comes Infinity trying to shut them out.
Oh, you got no new Thai angry words. You got to stand between XERXIA and NKT because they will exchange them after this round. But for now, XERXIA not stopping yet, knocking out Venturez and even taking it out.
Tony K, not Tony K. This is gonna be Tony K. Mormon, his legs are sticking out. FaZe Clan resort to play XERXIA. All they need to do is just finish off the job. But Infinity still have two very healthy men. One the side of XERXIA, only Megamind having a full HP. They need a bit of a reset for the side of the other two players. One knock right now. They managed to reset one, but can they revive another one just to have the security of getting those chicken dinners?
Here we go, Tiger X with the P90. Oh no, he slipped! Oh no, Tiger, he slipped! Oh, Tiger, but he's still fight his back, he still got it, but no plot twist now, ladies and gentlemen. XERXIA with 4 to 5 and chicken dinner, and of course, they are through Super Sunday!
They better be scoring the chicken just now. They shut down their hopes of NKT. NKT, if they last long enough and get plus one more elimination points or two, if they even place themselves second, it's going to be more than enough for them to push forward. But unfortunately, it is what it is. But congratulations to XERXIA coming in strong for this time. Z getting himself the MVP with 700 over damage. Damage received less than 200.
Look at the amount of damage versus the amount of eliminations. He did a lot of work for the team, and even if you look at the player data graphic, like he edged above the average. So great work there by FZ, also scoring 19% headshot, 50% body shot, and 30% leg shot for him. Anyway, for XERXIA, it's a good run out for them because they already secured their slot into the Super Sunday even before this.
The funny thing is, all the Thai teams that were in the top 4 just now, except for NKT, the others are pretty much confirmed for this Super Sunday. Except for NKT, the only Thai teams not able to join the rest of the Thai region. Same goes for MORPH, the only Indonesian team not able to join for the Super Sunday as well. Oh man, what a bummer.
Well, we know which team are not friends after this. I mean, you gotta think about it, right? And like NKT from like the right side of the circle, they were shot by XERXIA. They moved to the left, and then they got a couple of eliminations through YOODO 02, and then XERXIA still had to be there. It's like, guys, XERXIA, you guys serious, bro? You guys can go anywhere, but you had to be always above us.
No, the thing is they're not loosening up the leash on NKT for the longest time. They dealt with YOODO 02 as well for the side of XERXIA and tried to fight against the other teams across them, but they still go back to NKT. It's just fated at this point. But we had the top 4 finale of all the Thai teams just now across the board here. We don't have NKT. They are the one being eliminated slightly early, but XERXIA, Infinity, FaZe Clan, Vampires made it through for this Super Sunday.
Well, if NKT is up here at the 4, but they don't have enough points, you know, it's that sad. It's like it's like the loser's medal sort of thing. Yeah, it's those sad moments that is hard to describe.
Well, man, but it's more even depressing and devastating if it happens to FaZe Clan, like how we mentioned before. Now that's gonna be a tear breaker, by the way. But back towards the scores and the points, we're gonna see a bit of a highlight moment how XERXIA shut down NKT's hope to Super Sunday while they get themselves the chicken dinner.
Well, looks like XERXIA still celebrated, so they're happy with whatever they got. 17 points in this round with the chicken dinner, the Infinity. 12 points, FaZe Clan 12 points as well, and Vampire Esports 10 points, the double-digit club. But NKT only 7 points. PA collected 4 points, so it's definitely 2 million% sure that NKT did not go through.
Oh man. It's just speechless at this point, coming up from the side of NKT. So close yet so far at the same time. But for MORPH, they're definitely not marching to a Super Sunday as well. We kind of secure ourselves the top 16, I think you guys know by now. But on the side of PIGMY, I think they're pretty much secured as well. But we're going to have to wait and see. But we see the rise of the team that's suddenly waking up from their slumber, including YOODO 2, and YOODO Line shoot up also today.
Yeah, and MORPH officially did not go through as well. But here are the overall rankings, and we'll see exactly how close the points are. But congratulations to our top 8, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, stacked up by Thai teams, followed by YOODO Alliance and PIGMY, representing Indonesia to go through. And also to point out that MORPH is also the only Indonesian team to not play in the Super Sunday.
Sem9 and PEA also managed to get themselves, but I think it's a learning curve for the teams on the second page here, definitely, because it just shows that they need a bit more time to bloom, and they're definitely blooming when it comes to the last chance stage here. For next week, we can't actually participate about their performance, did they actually grow or not. But on the side of Great VIP, definitely a lot of revision need to be done here. Same goes for the side of TODAK and Roy. Roy is such a big potential team, but unfortunately, just regarding rotations wise and timing, it's just absolutely need to have a work on.
Yeah, we look at their placement points, 0 placement points. The only team without a single placement point in the last chance qualifiers. So yeah, like what you said, even based on the stats, they need to go back to the drawing board. But we will reintroduce them again tomorrow. Welcome to the Super Sunday from the last chance qualifiers. Vampire Esports, the Infinity, XERXIA, FaZe Clan, YOODO Alliance, PIGMY, Sem9, and for the first time, Pahang Esports Academy.
Congratulations to top 16 teams. Now, the one that actually qualified from the group stage, they had a bit of a break today. So tomorrow they will find out to see what flaws can they find from the teams coming up from last chance here. But for the last chance stage who qualified to the Super Sunday tomorrow, no break time at all for them. Tomorrow is another hustle.
Oh yeah, tomorrow will be big because that's where they will start to collect the points that will determine whether they go to the grand finals or not. So tomorrow will be an even bigger battle for the last chance team that has no break at all, especially for those teams who played the first 2 days. But we'll send it back to our host. Take it away.
Welcome back, and now I'm here with PEA Kiddo.
Hi.
Hello. Wow, finally you go to Super Sunday. Is this your first time to entering the Super Sunday? Can you share with us how is your team condition now?
Okay, so untuk PA BARUZ ini adalah pertama kali korang lepas ke Super Sunday. Boleh tak cerita sedikit apakah situasi ataupun keadaan dengan tim sekarang lah, dorang rasa apa?
Bagi saya, Alhamdulillah sebab kita orang layak ke Super Sunday. Bagi saya, tak ada apa pun, kita orang just training macam biasa. So, layak ke Super Sunday lah.
First of all, yeah, praise to God that we finally managed to qualify to Super Sunday. And of course, me and my teammates are very, very happy, and we're just gonna focus for our Super Sunday.
Okay, are you excited?
Yeah, excited lah.
There is no less as tomorrow will be a Super Sunday. Any preparation you will do for tomorrow?
Okay, so besok kalau ikutkan kita tak ada hari yang untuk korang rehat lah, which is besok dah start terus Super Sunday. Apa preparation yang korang buat untuk besok Super Sunday ni?
Korang tak ada buat apa, just main macam biasa je, main macam sebelum-sebelum ni. And kita orang cuba kekalkan momentum lah.
So to be honest, there's nothing change. There's no gonna be anything that we need to change because we just gonna focus on ourselves. We just gonna focus on our usual gameplay. And yeah, we gonna do our best in our first Super Sunday.
Okay, do your best. Okay, I got it. So, any words for your fans?
Okay, so apa benda yang nak disampaikan kepada fans dekat Malaysia?
Pada fans-fans yang mana support tim BARUZ dan tim-tim Malaysia lain, teruskan support korang dan jangan lupa beri sokongan yang terbaik untuk tim-tim Malaysia.
To fans out there, especially my team or even Malaysian team, keep supporting us. Don't forget to cheer all of the Malaysian team, and let's hope that Malaysia can do well in this Super Sunday.
Okay, good luck for your first Super Sundays.
Thank you.
And thank you for today's. And see you tomorrow for Super Sundays. And now he's back to the caster day for the final part.
Tomorrow is going to be super fun, by the way, because we do know that all the Indonesian teams are waiting and just chilling out there. Want to show what they're made of, but the team from the last chance stage want a bit of redemption when their group stage didn't work out so well.
Well, that's about the Super Sunday, but you know what was my takeaway from the interview? I like the hostess shoes.
I agree.
Yeah.
I love it so much. I love her dress too.
They're like Cinderella shoes, you know?
And it feels like she should twirl a bit, right? To see just how flowy it can get. But also, now you make me have a different idea. What if Jung's actually been put into that dress and with those shoes? Because they do have the same height though.
Yeah, he has the height. I think he can pull it off, you know? Maybe just don't face front. Maybe just, turn back.
Maybe he needs your wigs to work it out.
Yes. I would gladly borrow him the wig. He can pull it off for sure. He does have the, the curves.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, yes, from the back, definitely. But that was quite an interesting interview. I feel like we are definitely going to be very nervous since this is going to be their first ever Super Sunday. They didn't get any Super Sundays last season.
Yeah, not at all. So welcome PA to the Super Sunday. And obviously the Super Sunday, you're going to pick the best of the best 16 teams together out of all the groups. So the challenge will definitely be big. But hey, you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest, they say. But ladies and gentlemen, that is all for tonight. Tomorrow is going to be the same time, same channel, whichever platform that you're watching. Don't forget to subscribe, follow, also like the live stream as well to support the English broadcast. My name is XERXIA together with Choo Choo. We'll see you again tomorrow for Super Sunday.